Testing 1 2. Test test.
Pretty good? Okay. Hi, everyone. Okay, it is 6:05 p.m. on May 2nd, so I will officially call the North Kingstown School Committee business meeting to order. So the first item on the agenda today is the Pledge of Allegiance, so please join me in the Pledge of the Flag. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Okay. Roll call, please.
Erin Earl.
Here.
Robert Case.
Here.
Jennifer Hoskins. Here. Jennifer Lima. Thomas Briety. Here. Christine LaPierre. Here. Gabriel Anthony.
Okay. Thank you so much. And the calendar?
Tuesday, May 16th, School Committee Business Meeting. Tuesday, June 6th, School Committee Business Meeting. Subcommittees. Tuesday, May 9th, Policy Subcommittee. Wednesday, May 10th, Wellness Subcommittee.
Okay, thank you. And just a note about who is on stage today. We are very excited to be joined by Rob Mazzanotti, the Assistant Superintendent. Those of you might have seen the email that went out to the district. Our current interim superintendent won a very wonderful award today up at the State House. Some of us were able to go up and see it, and so he, rightfully so, is with his family this evening. And we wish him all the best and congratulations on that very, very prestigious award. And so we'll go on to citizens' comments, and it looks like Bob Jones is the first up.
Good. Robert Jones, 63 Pheasant Run. I am just here to say I do not understand why your administrator contracts language were changed to tie it to the union contract. It's either the height of laziness of your administrators that they cannot evaluate their personnel, or that you are not hiring administrators who are capable of evaluating their direct reports. I think the community deserves to know that administrators are going to be compensated based on their performance and not based on a contract negotiated with a completely separate group that, frankly, they, to some extent, supervise. It creates a major principal-agent problem, which is fundamental in public administration. For years, and Ms. Hoskins can attest to this, that was the philosophy of the school committee. It's built into your own policy, GCB, that the superintendent evaluates people and brings a recommendation for salary the first week of April. It's been a continuing trend, at least of this committee, to not hold the superintendent accountable for following policy. Should have already brought that to you 4 weeks ago, instead of embarrassing you by sitting there and having to table the contracts. You already have an approved budget. You should know what the FY24 salaries are based on their evaluation, and then the subsequent year should be per policy GCB to allow your superintendent to evaluate, set up an evaluation process, and for you to ensure that it's within your budgetary constraints that you give the superintendent. So again, I don't know why the change, but I strongly recommend that you go back to a fundamental principle that people get compensated based on their performance. Think about it. You're going to have the superintendent negotiating a contract where his administrator's salary are tied to that. Makes no fiscal sense. It makes no management sense. So I strongly urge you, go back to the policy. It works. Thank you.
Thank you. That's the only person that we have signed up so far. Would anyone else like to speak this evening? Okay. Let's see. So we're going to go on to the next item. So we'll do presentations and recognitions, and we'll start with the, I'd like to actually make a motion, because I don't believe the candidates are quite ready yet, because we weren't quite sure about the timing with citizens' comments and how many folks would like to speak this evening. And so I would like to make a recommendation to move, or a motion to move item 4, which is the superintendent's report. Is that okay with you? To before presentations and recognitions. Can I get a second on that?
Second.
Okay, second from Mr. Case. Any discussion? All those in favor? Okay, and so we will go over to Rob for that presentation, then we'll come back to the presentations when they are ready.
Thank you. For recognition at the high school, we have Jacqueline Blair, who won first place in Senator Jack Reed's high school art competition. Jacqueline will have her piece showcased for 1 month at the Providence Art Club, and then for 1 year in Jack Reed's office, alongside Olivia Wood's artwork, which placed third. Lily Halakasela also won an honorable mention. All high schools across the state could enter 3 pieces, and all North Kingstown pieces placed. This is truly quite an accomplishment for NK. Both Lily Halakasela and Gwen Ruffalo will soon be working with a local artist to paint murals on the outside walls of the Wickford Art Gallery. Lily's design of a quilt will be painted on one whole wall for winning first place, plus she will receive $500. Gwen will receive $250 and will paint a 4x6 design on another outside wall. 31 student pieces of art were accepted to be published in the East Spring edition of Celebrating Art. CelebratingArt.com is devoted to the promotion and appreciation of student art. Only the top entries are published in an anthology that record the creative works of today's student artists. The public is also invited to attend this year's 2nd annual Fashion Design Show in the auditorium of the high school on May 11th at 6 p.m. It is a free event.
Great, thank you so much. Anything else for superintendent report?
Nope, that's it.
Wonderful. Okay, and so again, to continue to maximize time, I'd like to move on, or make a motion to move item 5 up, so that we can get that piece. Nope, that's actually not going to work. Okay, actually, let's do a brief recess. We'll check in with Bob to see if the candidate's here and able to set up, and then we'll go on from there. Okay, great. Okay, we're going to take a brief recess. You want me to do it again? Okay, so we're returning from recess, and so we'll go back to item number 3, which is presentation and recognitions. And the first item is superintendent candidate presentations. And so the school committee is going to go down and sit as there is a presentation. And so we'll let the candidate introduce themselves. But thank you so much for coming. We're very, very excited to hear your presentation. So give us a second transition, and we will get started.
Testing. It's coming through okay? If I come in, there we go. Okay, coming a little bit closer. Good evening, everybody. I want to start by saying thank you and an acknowledgement of the school committee, the interview team, and all of the parents, teachers, and community members that are here this evening to give me the opportunity to speak in front of you. I can't tell you how fortunate I feel to be standing here tonight and to be able to engage with the students, staff, and community of North Kingstown Public Schools. Throughout this process, I've learned some wonderful things. First, North Kingstown is a tremendously strong community with a deep sense of pride. The schools are robust. The track record of achievement, engagement, and great outcomes for all students is clear. There is a high bar for excellence in North Kingstown, one that I would strive to meet each and every day if I were afforded the opportunity to be your next superintendent. So I'd like to take just a couple of minutes to introduce myself to each of you. I have nearly 30 years of experience in public education, including 17 as a classroom teacher. I've been a regular ed teacher. I've been a special education teacher. I've educated students as young as grade 1, and I spent 12 wonderful years as a middle school educator. Previous to that, I began my experience working with high school students in a specialized program for students with behavioral and emotional challenges. As a lifelong leader and learner, I recognize the value of teacher voices. Teachers know our students best. Teachers are the ones that correct papers while at their child's game. Teachers are the ones that spend time outside of the school day, coaching, volunteering, directing, and advising. It is vital that teacher voices are heard, honored, and valued. And I look forward to sharing more about that in the next phase of my presentation. I spent 7 years as a building principal, first in West Warwick Public Schools, then in Smithfield. In my principal roles, I've served and worked with students as young as pre-kindergarten all the way through the 12th grade. The role of principal is challenging, rewarding, and complex. Effective principals learn to listen well, to listen with purpose, and to listen with intent in a way that validates the speaker's perspective, that makes the speaker feel heard. There may not always be agreement, but making the other participant feel heard in a conversation is something that my experience as a principal has helped to shape. If I were afforded the opportunity to be your next superintendent, each person that I spoke with would be heard. Currently, I'm the Assistant Superintendent for Teaching and Learning for the Dudley Charlton Regional School District located in Worcester County, Massachusetts. During this time, I've immersed myself in curriculum and instruction. Being a district-level leader has evolved my ability as a system thinker and the management of several simultaneous priorities. These priorities include curriculum development, instructional practices, prudent and transparent fiscal management, the acquisition of grants, work on building projects, and professional development, just to name a few. In the district office, you wear many hats. As a district officer, communication, trust, and transparency are vital. In my personal life, I've been married to my wife Sandy for nearly 18 years. We have two amazing children. Our daughter is currently a junior in high school, and our son is in the 8th grade. When I'm not working or spending time with my family, I enjoy coaching, being outdoors, and going to the beach. Like all of us, making time for self-care and balance is important. As a leader, this is something that I would convey to the importance of all stakeholders and model it myself. With what we've all been through, we need to attend to ourselves, and leaders need to model that for everyone. As a lifelong learner, my educational background includes a bachelor's degree in political science from Syracuse University, a master's degree in special education from Rhode Island College, a master's degree in educational leadership from Rhode Island College, and a doctorate in organizational leadership from Northeastern University. I offer this information to highlight the value of modeling, to illustrate that if we ask others to engage in lifelong learning, then we, as leaders, must do the same. I just would like to share with you a couple of guiding principles that drive the work that I do and the values that I would bring to the North Kingstown Public Schools. First, students are the reason we are here. All the decisions we make are rooted in the following question: how will the choices we make as leaders impact our students? Number two, and these are Stephen Covey's words, not mine, but first seek to understand, then to be understood. A leader's greatest asset is an ability to listen intentionally. Number three, consensus builders work to get to yes, respect divergent opinions, and value conversations. We need to stay focused on our goals and our timelines. We know that that's important, and we know that outcomes are important. But we also need to be mindful that this is a process. Trust is a process. Transparency manifests immediately, and if that manifests, you have trust. And finally, my last piece, transparency is non-negotiable. Be open, clear, honest, and direct in all communications. Finally, trust is earned over time as a result of the actions you take. We establish a vision, and that vision melds with community values and community ideals for public education. We need to be clear, consistent, and sustained in our communication with all stakeholder groups. This is essential. Another component is to always presume positive intent. If somebody comes to us, if they agree, if they disagree, we always presume that they're coming to us to try to be a solution finder to any problem. So now that I've shared a few minutes about myself and some of the values that undergird how I view public education, I'd like to share with everyone I have a 3-stage plan for trust, transparency, and credibility in the North Kingstown Public Schools. Phase 1 is to purposefully and meaningfully make these concepts come to life through action. These stages involve what I call active listening. As I stated earlier, my first priority is to understand and then to be responsive to all the stakeholder groups. This is best accomplished by purposefully seeking out time to meet with and allow people to express their hopes and desires for the school district moving forward. More specifically, I will hold coffee hours with the superintendent, These gatherings will allow for me to establish relationships with the local community and provide a first step towards earning trust by being approachable and visible. Number 2, school visits. Upon entry, I will visit each school, taking the time to visit classrooms, meet with teachers, meet with students, and present an opportunity for connections at each building. Community forums. Hold community forums over the summer of 2023 as a means to learn more about the strengths, needs, hopes, and aspirations of the North Kingstown Public Schools. Attend local board meetings. It's critically important to establish relationships and partnerships to serve as a framework for developing a mutually shared vision going forward for North Kingstown Public Schools. Meet with teachers. Connect and provide opportunities to meet with teachers to develop relationships, to develop a shared vision as to how to best serve our students. To arrange for a leadership retreat, to arrange for a summer institute for members of the North Kingstown administrative team, to learn more about one another, and to build a team approach. When a leadership team is galvanized, energized, and focused, our students and our community all win. Work regularly and frequently with the school committee, to work together as a team, to develop a sense of partnership and help me more deeply understand the school committee's priorities for ensuring a first-rate educational experience. And then, additionally, a newsletter, to establish a monthly newsletter to be sent to all families as a way to celebrate all that is happening at the schools, to update the community on legislative issues at hand, and to provide updates on capital projects and other important issues. Additionally, then to work with human resources to hire key personnel. There are key positions to fill. I will work with HR and other key stakeholders to identify top-tier applicants. The action plan is Phase 2. Phase 2 would involve incorporating what we learned from Phase 1 and using that lens to help update and refine key aspects of process, procedure, and planning. By being transparent, actively seeking feedback, and incorporating that feedback, we make this newfound knowledge actionable. Number 1, capital projects. Continue to be vigilant about timelines, working with all necessary parties to ensure capital and building projects stay the course. Update and refine school improvement plans. Use this new knowledge to compare current school improvement plans. Begin conversations regarding any needed additional revisions. Examine budget documents from fiscal 22 and 23. Evaluate feedback. Make comparisons to previous years. Look to calibrate the feedback we've received to identify potential priority shifts moving forward. Professional development plan. Ensure that our professional development plan meets the needs of the teaching staff and is aligned to student and teacher goals. Curriculum program reviews, using the feedback provided from the various meeting opportunities to ensure that our educational materials and programs are meeting the needs of our students. And then finally, a staff handbook. Ensure that processes and procedures are well articulated and followed. Ensure there is a collective shared understanding of all relevant processes and that these processes are followed. The final phase is to take the learning of Phase 1 and Phase 2 to summarize with assimilated feedback from stakeholder groups that participated in any component of Phases 1 and 2. I understand this is an open and ongoing process. Everyone is invited to participate. The findings will have a key impact on many essential functions of the district, including communication, curriculum, professional development, facilities, staff handbooks, and budget handbooks. I would start by saying this would be presented publicly with the school committee, working with the school committee to help make this actionable. Closing thoughts. I want to again thank the school committee, interview committee, all of the parents and community members that have taken the time to come out to the auditorium this evening. I know and understand that there have been some challenges in the recent past. I know that there needs to be some healing. One key aspect of healing is the reestablishment of trust, transparency, and credibility. If I have the opportunity to be your next superintendent, please know you will be heard. You will have a voice. Please know that it is my job to earn your trust, and that trust comes through demonstrated action that occurs only after careful listening. As an educational leader across a variety of districts and positions, as this is such, I have a track record of being an attentive, thoughtful listener who uses feedback from all to move forward. And again, thank you everybody for your time. I really do appreciate it.
Okay, thank you so much, Dr. Ackerman, for that presentation. We very much appreciate it. And so, as we had stated in our previous meetings, we did offer an opportunity for the community to submit questions. And just wanted to state that we received over 22 questions from the community, so I want to thank everyone who sent them in. And each school committee was able to look at the questions separately, submit rank order to the district attorney, and then the top 3 were selected. And so those were presented to Brian previously, but I will read them each aloud, and I'll go in the order that they were sent, just so that the community knows which ones are being asked. And so the first question was, in previous years, the school committee and superintendent have spoken eloquently against the practice of banning books or striking books from the curriculum, which has been appreciated by the faculty, particularly in content areas where important materials can nonetheless be controversial or uncomfortable. How would you handle parent pushback against the curriculum?
Well, thank you, Dr. Earl, and thank you to the community member that submitted that question. So I'll start by offering a few pieces. The first component is to listen, because as I had stated earlier, one of our jobs as leaders is to honor differing positions. Even if you don't necessarily agree, you have to take the time to meet with folks that may not see the same perspective. If we're able to understand the perspective of others and engage in a meaningful conversation, I think it goes a long way to building credibility. What I would more specifically say is our textbooks and library books are aligned to our curriculum. And so we are charged with teaching standards. And so if there's a text, a magazine, or some other item that supports our curriculum and our instructional program, we're obligated to leave it in the school because it allows our students to hit those content standards.
Thank you so much. I got it, don't worry. I was a little worried, I'm not going to lie. Okay, so number 2 is, and thank you so much for that response, and again, thank you to the community member that submitted it. The next question is, what are the top 3 qualities of a successful school district in your professional opinion? What are the challenges facing NK in that regard, and how do you propose to improve our district and allow it to reach its potential?
Again, thank you for that very thoughtful question. So I'll start with the 3 most important elements of a successful school district. Number 1 would be student outcomes. And what I mean by that is when a student leaves the halls of North Kingstown High School, are they ready to meaningfully engage with the next phase of their life? Are they ready to go to college if that's what they desire to do? Are they ready to enter the world of work if that's what they decide to do? If they want to serve in the military, are they ready and prepared for that? Additionally, I want to touch upon the importance of being emotionally healthy. We want our students, as part of the package of leaving North Kingstown, of being well prepared, of feeling like they're emotionally healthy, of feeling like they're surrounded by a community, that they've been validated, and that they feel supported in all of their choices. I think it's so important for students to leave, especially in light of what we've been through, feeling like there's an umbrella that protects them. Number 2, the second priority would be prudent and strategic fiscal management. As educators, we always want more for our students. We always want there to be a pool of money that we can tap into endlessly. Unfortunately, the reality is that's not always the case. So a successful district manages and aligns its fiscal priorities with student outcomes. When it comes time to make a budget, prepare a budget, submit a budget, the first and guiding principle that drives that is student outcome and achievement. The third component that I would speak to is communication, celebration, collaboration. First, we really do need to, as a public school district, and this is universal, Is that better? Okay. I'll get this thing down just yet. I'm going to restate the third facet of the question, and I would say call it the 3 C's. A successful school district has effective communication, celebration, and collaboration. And that means there's a sense of community that's built and established through trust, transparency, and openness. That really is done through many hours of work, many stakeholders working together to move the district in the same direction, but your most effective school districts really embody that, and I know that North Kingstown does too. With regard to how these 3 specific facets impact North Kingstown in terms of the purpose of improvement, number 1, we know that student outcomes in North Kingstown are strong, almost universally. Scores, college acceptances, SAT scores are all excellent. The community should be proud of such a high-performing school. If I were to identify an opportunity for growth, I would look more specifically at students with disabilities and looking at outcomes for students with disabilities after they leave school. Making sure that we have the right programming, making sure that we have the right structures, making sure that we have consistency across all of our schools. I think that presents an opportunity for growth. With regard to prudent, strategic fiscal management, I would say North Kingstown is well positioned. I think one of the things to continue to be mindful of, and I know one of my top priorities will be the maintenance and of timelines for capital and building projects. I know that that is a highly important item, and attending and being specific to that is hugely critical to the success of the district. And then the third component, communication and collaboration. I spoke to that in my presentation, so I don't want to go too deep, but I do think it comes down to being purposeful, frequent, and open in your communication. Communication really should not just provide information, but open the door to a conversation. Communication should be about not only seeking to inform others, but giving others the opportunity to respond, giving others the opportunity to send a follow-up as a format. I think you could convey that in your communication if you work diligently to ask folks for feedback. And I know if I'm the next superintendent of North Kingstown Public Schools, I would most certainly do that.
Great, thank you. And the last question, and you've touched on this a little bit, but if you want to elaborate it a bit further, what will your communication strategy be to district families? And talk a little bit more about the frequency of communication, method of communication, and maybe topics that would be covered.
Sure. I'm a believer in superintendent newsletters. Superintendent newsletters that are done on a monthly basis. Community members should expect a monthly, dense newsletter from the district. It really should be predictable. And so what would be included in that? That would include school happenings. What's going on in the schools? Celebrating the great things that are happening in the schools. Talking about budget, where are we in the budget process? Are there capital projects that people need to be aware of? 2, legislative updates. There's always a shifting landscape with both of our legislatures, our governor, and our national representatives. So I think keeping folks abreast of those things are very important. Number 3, each school should have its own time to shine. So there should be a monthly spotlight for each and every school in North Kingstown. Number 4, I think families always seek additional information on character, human development, mental health, physical health, so that if there's quality, research-based information that we can share as a school district with families, I think that would be a great value add for the community. If I could just add one last piece of elaboration, I do think having an active Twitter account for the district is helpful to send pictures of athletic events, school-specific only, but that's so that if there's a wrestling match or if there's a lacrosse game or if there's a play, that the community can see visual celebrations of that. I also want to be mindful of over-communication. Individual schools do a wonderful job of informing parents, but I do know from time to time, as a parent myself, there are lots of communications that come from individual schools, so I like to keep a kind of a clean but predictable cycle.
Great, thank you so much. So those are the 3 community questions, and we'll turn it back over to you if you have any closing words, and then if not, you're all set. Thank you so much.
Again, I just want to, thank you to the committee. Thank you to the folks on the search committee and the interview committee. Thank you personally to all of the community members that came out this evening. I know you could be in other places rather than listening to me. So please understand that I really appreciate the opportunity, and I greatly hope that I'm given the chance to be your next superintendent. Thank you.
I'd like to make a motion to go into a brief recess so that we can reset. Good. Well, hello. Thank you so much for coming today, Dr. Duba. And so we will turn it over to you for your presentation, and then upon your finishing your presentation, we'll go to the community questions that were submitted and sent earlier. So it's all yours. Thank you.
Good evening. First, I just want to thank you for providing me this opportunity to come tonight and to introduce myself to the community and to meet with the school committee. I feel honored to be back here in North Kingstown. I started my career in North Kingstown here 23 years ago, and it's an honor to be back here and have this opportunity, so thank you. I didn't dye my hair green for tonight, but there's a story, and I'd like to start with that story for you and for the community. So, as a superintendent, I think it's extremely important that you are involved and visible and part of your schools and part of your school community. And you have to have fun with your job. And for me, as superintendent of Jamestown, I love where I am. I love the community. It's a supportive community, and we have fun with what we do. And I know Christine can agree with that. So, a few weeks ago, we received the Green Ribbon Award. I know I talked about it in my interviews, but I will share it with the community. And that was a really important award for us to be recognized by the U.S. Department of Education for sustainability for our buildings and teaching environmental sustainability with our students and incorporating our teachers into that. And we had to make that announcement. And we wanted it to be fun. And earlier in the year, we did a challenge with our students, and we had our students involved, and they were doing a bike to school day, and they're like, what are you going to do? We're going to do something. And they asked me to come up with a challenge. So we challenged our community. If we can get 80 plus students and parents to bike to school, I'll dye my hair green for the environment. And it happened. So the day that we announced it, I did the same thing. Dyed my hair green. We went on top of the middle school where our solar panels are, and we made a live announcement from there to our school community. And it just sharing that with you, because it just shows how I get involved with what's happening. It's not just about being a superintendent in a central office. It's about being a superintendent that lives within the school community and is involved with the school community and brings people together to celebrate great things. So a little bit about my professional background, just for all of you to know a little more about myself. So I have a doctorate of education from Johnson & Wales University. I also attended Providence College to earn my degree in special education administration. And prior to that, I went to Rhode Island College, where I earned my Bachelor's of Science for elementary education and special education in K-12. And I started my career here in North Kingstown. So I have 23 years of experience in education. And that started back in 2000 as a special education teacher here in North Kingstown at Davisville Elementary. And I worked in a variety of programs within special education, providing instruction to students nonverbal students, students on the spectrum, students with behavioral needs, and that was at the elementary level. And then I was asked to move on to middle school and to start a program there because there wasn't a program at the middle school, and to start a program for students that had typically, the similar needs that I was working with at the elementary level. And then from there, I had earned my certificate in special administration and spent a few years in North Kingstown as a special ed administrator. And during that time, I oversaw the early childhood programs and did early intervention, also helped with programming at the elementary level, working with our teachers and administrators at that time. And then I expanded my career, and I moved on to Woonsocket Education Department, and I was there for a few years as the Assistant Director of Special Education. And during that time, I worked with middle school, secondary, high school programming, oversaw the students that were in out-of-district programs, worked on grants, curriculum involvement, and that was a great opportunity. I was really glad that I gave myself that opportunity to go into a, going from, here in North Kingstown, working in a city, gaining other experiences. And then the opportunity came up for Jamestown. And at that time, I was like, yeah, let's look at that. Let's see where that brings me. And so I, applied for a job in Jamestown as their director of student services, and it was just, moving up within, my career ladder. And I've been in Jamestown since 2011. And I started as the director of student services, overseeing special education programs, the grants, transportation, health services, mental health and social emotional supports, and really working closely with teachers. That's what I love most about my job, is supporting the teachers and the students and the staff that are in the schools, working with the building principals, working with the central office, and really building a team so that way we can really focus on the students, because that's why we're here, right? Our students are our customers, and that should be our focus, and supporting our staff and working together as a collaborative team. And in 2016, the opportunity came for me to apply as superintendent in Jamestown, and I've been the superintendent in Jamestown since 2016. Loving that job, loving the community. It's a very supportive community. And while in Jamestown, I've had the opportunity to also work with North Kingstown, because our students attend high school here. So we have a very collaborative relationship between the towns, and working together on the transition of our students from the middle school in Jamestown to the high school here in North Kingstown, and building those relationships. And that's something I'm proud of the relationships that I have made here for our students and families as they transition to North Kingstown High School. And now here as a finalist, as possibly for your next superintendent. So a little bit personally about myself, about my family. I live in North Kingstown, have a lot of interest in the town. This is my community. I want to see us succeed. I want to see us do well. I want to see the schools continue to do well and really build up this community for everyone. I have 4 children. My youngest is at Stony Lane. I have a daughter who attends Davisville Middle School, and 2 daughters at the high school. So I'm invested in what's happening here in the community and what's happening within our schools. My wife is also a teacher at Forest Park. And we're involved in the community in many ways. What's my why? Why am I looking to come here? I have a great job in Jamestown. It's a great community. But I see this as an opportunity for myself to grow within my career. I also see it as an opportunity to really work here in North Kingstown, and also for the collaboration between Jamestown and North Kingstown for this, for the students and families that are transitioning here for high school. So that's the piece. Where I am now in Jamestown. My kids are here in the system. We're involved in the town. Children are involved in the rec department. We go during the summertime. We go to the concerts. So I'm here in the community, seeing what's happening, seeing what the needs are, seeing what the healing that needs to happen within our community, and bringing people together. And my children are involved in athletics. So we're out there on the track field, cheerleading at the football games, involved with everyone that's here. And at our church, I teach CCD to some of the students that are here in our schools, and I'm involved in the community as well. So that's my why. I want to be able to come here and help lead you, bring everyone together, and make a difference, and continue us on that track of high quality schools. I pulled a few quotes in here that I've used over the time with my own staff. Right? We've had some challenges over the years with COVID, and really having to work together and bring people together, and create those partnerships. And it's really important to just really think about, there's a lot that's going on the outside, right? There are a lot of variables that are happening, and you can't let that get to you, and you can't have that sink your ship, right? This is our ship. This school system is the ship, and we have to make sure that we continue on a course for improvement, for providing what's important to students, supporting our staff, working as partners with our families. Community engagement and family engagement is incredibly important for the success of a school. So what are you going to get from me? If I'm your next superintendent, I'm going to lead with authenticity. This is who you're going to get. The guy with the green hair up there on the picture, who's right here in front of you, involved with your community, wanting to have fun, support everyone. You know, my values are what I'm going to lead with. You know, integrity, being trustworthy, right? Making sure that what I say is what I do, right? Those words need to be followed by the actions. You have to follow through with what you're talking about. And respect. Respect comes a long way. People need to be listened to. People need to be heard. People need to know that there's a partnership here. So we've done a lot of work with Brene Brown, with Dare to Lead in our district, and really kind of focus in on who you are and what do you bring to your team, what are you bringing into your school, to your partnerships. And I think it's really important that self-awareness and self-love matter, because who we are is how we lead, right? Who we are inside and what our values are, that's how we lead. That's how I lead my current district, you know, with kindness and compassion and listening to people. And making sure people feel valued and are partners in the work that we're doing. So I want to just spend some time talking about my core values. I think it's important that you know what my values are. How have I worked over the past 23 years, just, you know, being a teacher, an administrator, a superintendent. We want to build trust. We want to have trust within your school system, within your community. And I believe that happens by having these 6 values, and they guide you in the work that you do. Reliability, compassion, curiosity, collaboration, courage, and transparency. And with reliability, it's doing what you know is best and doing what you say you're going to do, right? Making sure people can rely on you as the superintendent, that your district leaders can rely on you, your school committee can rely on you, your town council, your teachers, your staff, your students. Your students are the most important piece of the puzzle that we have here of why you have a school system. And compassion, being compassionate with your work. It's okay to show that you care and that you care about what's happening, and having that compassion. Because there's a lot of healing that needs to happen in this town, right? We just need to acknowledge that. There's a lot that's happened over the past few years in bringing people together. And I really believe that we need a compassionate leader to do that. And curiosity, right? What's curiosity? Curiosity makes you think. It makes you take risks. It makes you ask the question, why? Why are we doing what we're doing? How can we make ourselves better, right? Having that curiosity keeps you going, so you can keep thinking, what's the next thing that we can do, right? What's that next goal? What's that next challenge and barrier we're going to get over together? And collaboration. Collaboration's key. You have to be able to work together. You know, in my current district, we have a wonderful team, and I collaborate with all of them. And they know that when we're making decisions, you know, we want to talk about that. We want to know what the impact will be on that decision with others, within our schools, with our students, with our families, and to be able to collaborate with district leaders, right? It's important as a superintendent, you're working with your district leaders, with your central office. You got to build a team, right? So one of the first things I would do if I'm your next superintendent, right? There's a lot of new leaders in our district. You got to build that team together. You got to get everyone together, really get to know who's who. What are the goals we have? What's that shared vision that we're going to have, right? And it's collaborating as a superintendent. It's important to me you collaborate with your school committee, right? We need to have a shared goals and a shared vision between the school committee and the superintendent. We need to know what those goals are and work together on those expectations. It's collaborating with your building principals who are running your schools and trusting them with being a leader of each of those schools and the work that they're doing. It's collaborating with your educators and your staff who are in the field, right? Without educators, what's a school, right? You need to collaborate with them. You need to respect them. They need to be part of the team. And it's important that that to me, it's important that we're doing that. And collaborating with students. Students have a voice. You know, and collaborating with families and community members. They have a voice. You know, when I think of the work that I'm currently doing in my district, students are at the table. It's important that they have a voice, that they can share ideas, they can share concerns, and they can help you build the goals of what you need to work on. And courage. The courage to stand by what you say you're going to do, and the courage to deal with challenges, and the courage to get over barriers. And some of the times the courage that you have to make a difficult decision, and you're going to do what you say you're going to do. And lastly, transparency. I am who you're going to get. I'm going to be transparent. It's important we're transparent. It's important that we talk about what we're doing. We share what we're doing. When people have concerns, we need to listen to them. We got to bring them to the table and hear why they're concerned. And I think that brings me to next slide after this. But daring leaders who live into their values are never silent about hard things. And as a superintendent, school committee, district leaders, teachers, educators, administrators, there are tough decisions that we need to make. And we have to be able to live with the values, my values, your values. I'm going to lead with the values of how I want to see everyone else work together here within the school department. And, when it comes to engaging our school community, working especially with families, right, the first thing is to listen. Right? They want to be heard. You need to give the time to listen. And that's what I would do. Right? Listen to what the concerns are. Listen to how people can come together, right? And be valued. Value each other. Value everyone that we have that are part of our school system, because it's important, and they want to be valued, because that's why they're here. That's why everyone's here at NK, right? And to share ideas. What are those ideas? What can we learn from each other, right? And take those ideas and see, okay, can the ideas that we get from other people become part of solutions, right? We want to all be part of the problem, bring people together to do that. So, I think with engaging our school community, it's listening to them, it's making sure they know they're valued, and sharing ideas. And we have to be inclusive of all stakeholders, right? And I've mentioned this earlier, but it's really important that we are listening to everyone and involving all of our stakeholders in the work that we're doing here for North Kingstown, for the students, for the future of our town. And, it's the students, it's educators, staff, community members, families, town officials, school committee, right? Everyone has a different perspective, right? And a different wish of what they want for education, right? Each parent has a wish of what they want for their child. Teachers have a wish of what they want for their classrooms. And we have to listen to everyone. And it's important to know what town officials think too, because you want that support. We need to work together as a town. So I really believe by this, right? A school system is here for students. And our priorities should be centered around positive student outcomes. Right? That's what we want for our children, with a shared vision for individual success. Knowing who each of those children are, being able to meet the diverse needs of the populations of students that we have in our schools, and making sure that they're successful in supporting them. I just want to leave you with this quote. So be the person you want others to remember you by, lead the way that you want to be led, and model the values you want others to embrace. That's who I am. That's who you're going to get if you choose me as the superintendent, and this is how I would lead the district and bring people together to work on a common goal and a shared vision for NK. Go Skippers.
Thank you. Okay. Do you need water?
I have some.
Okay,
Thank you.
perfect. Okay, so as I mentioned, we'll go into the 3 questions that were submitted by the community. And so you received them previously, but I'll read them just so that folks can hear them, and then you can rehear them. So just let me know when you're ready. No worries. Okay. Okay. So the first question, in previous years, the school committee and superintendent has spoken eloquently against the practice of banning books and striking books from the curriculum, which has been appreciated by the faculty, particularly in content areas where important materials can nonetheless be controversial or uncomfortable. How would you handle parents' pushback against the curriculum?
Sure. First, I'd just like to take a minute to talk about selection of curriculum, right? Selection of books. Because I really think it's important that you have a criteria that you follow, right? There's a lot that we're doing on adopting curriculum, and we should have some type of criterion process when you're thinking about what books you're selecting as tools to go along with your curriculum. And I think if we were to presume that the resources and the books that we have in our classrooms have been selected by the following criteria in mind, I think that helps us with how do we then work with parents that might have questions or anyone in the community. And I think when you're choosing a book or a resource or a text, you need to consider how that text is connected to the grade level content standards. You need to consider the students, ensuring that the books and resources are developmentally appropriate for the selected readers, and that books can mirror by reflecting characters that are similar to the students that are in your classroom, and that books can also be windows, right? They can be windows that provide a more global and diverse experience to students. And I think you should also consider the content. What is the purpose of the book, right? What's the content that's in that book? It should be informative. It should be serving a purpose and making connections with the topics and themes that are being taught in the classroom. I think so. Then when parents have a question or are concerned about a book, we should be able to go back through that criteria of why we selected the text and why and how it supports the curriculum, the standards, how it supports what we're talking about in the topics in the classroom, because there are going to be controversial topics that we talk about. But we just want to make sure that the books we choose, right, should be developmentally appropriate. And I think, in my experience, when parents are genuinely heard and they're listened to with respect, you are able to have conversations and you're able to discuss with them what they're concerned about, gain an understanding of their view, and together discuss a possible outcome of how we can work together on that. And that's how I would deal with that.
Great, thank you so much. So the next question is, what are the top 3 qualities of a successful school district in your professional opinion? What are the challenges facing NK in that regard, and how do you propose to improve our district and allow it to reach its potential?
Sure. I think, the 3 qualities of a successful school district, right? There are many others, but I think, the 3 to talk about. One is to be student-focused. Student-focused on academics and social-emotional development. 2, strong supports for educators, support staff, and leaders. And 3, family and community engagement. And when we talk about the challenges facing NK, I really do believe there needs to be a focus on family and community engagement, right? How are we bringing everyone together, right? What are we doing so people, as I said earlier, feel heard, are listened to, and they're being valued? And that's work that we need to do. And it starts by building relationships. And relationships are key because you want to create trusting and respectful partnerships with our families, with our staff, with everyone that's involved within the school system, and bringing that school community together so you can have a shared vision and goals, and you can work together for what is right for students.
Great, thank you so much. And the last question is, you touched on this a little bit, but if you want to elaborate a little bit more, what will your communication strategy be to district families? And please include frequency of communication, method of communication, and topics that may be covered.
Sure. I think first is just being visible, right? Communication starts by putting yourself out there and building those partnerships. So being visible in the schools, being visible at sporting events, at concerts, what's happening in the schools, being in the classroom, right, with the teachers, seeing what's happening in the classroom. So when you're visible, you can have conversations with others. You can talk about what's going on. And when you think about communicating out to the district, you want to share and recognize all the great things that are happening. So, monthly or quarterly newsletters, right? Sharing that information out and thinking about, as a district, having information in there that's coming from the different departments within central office. Sharing information that's happening in schools, recognizing students and staff and other people that are doing great things around the community. And making sure that information's out there. It could be a monthly newsletter. It could be a quarterly newsletter, right? And that's just highlighting what's happening during that time. But then there's also communication that needs to happen more often. That might be communication on important topics or situations that are happening in the schools or at a district level, and making sure that's communicated to families, communicating through email, right? Having that information going out to them. And also using social media, if it might be Facebook or if it's Twitter, whatever that may be. Because when you want to communicate and get the information out there, you want to make sure you're getting out in a variety of ways. Through email, newsletters on websites, social media, and also too, communicating by putting yourself out there. I talked about being visible, but also having times that maybe it's coffee hours that you hold, or times you just go out into the schools, right? Going out into the schools, being involved with the PTOs, and just so parents know here's a time to come talk with the superintendent, and maybe some other central office administrators, just to to learn what's happening, to ask some questions. I think that's really important, and working with your school buildings as far as what their communication is, their weekly newsletters that they might be sending out, and sharing the information that's happening in the district, and recognitions and celebrating all the great things, as well as updating families on the important topics, policies, construction, curriculum, budget that's happening, that's the operations of the school department.
Great, thank you so much. So I'll turn it back over to you if you have any kind of closing comments. No worries if not. And then whenever you're good, I'll walk you out. Thank you so much for coming in. We really appreciate it.
You're welcome. No, I just want to say thank you to everyone, and thank you for everyone that's attending tonight.
And I'll make a motion to go into recess so that we can reset. And the next thing is the Perkin Eastman presentation. So we'll stay down here. Okay. Okay. So we'll come back from recess. And so our next item on the agenda is the presentation from Perkins Eastman. And so we will turn over to them to talk about the costs related to a potential new middle school. So thank you so much for being here.
Thank you very much. It's nice to be here tonight. I'd like to introduce myself. My name is Joe Costa. I'm a principal and architect with Perkins Eastman. I also have with me Rob Santos, who's also an architect and senior associate with the firm. Tonight we have a very brief but important discussion. We're going to be talking about costs and some of the things that we were able to put together. Do you hear me better? Okay, yeah. So we're going to talk a little bit about cost tonight. Really, it's the first conversation we've had about costs. And so tonight it's really a very high-level first discussion. As you know, we have not yet started designing this building or even started the programming. So those are things that we will be doing in the next few weeks, really getting the program established, the number of rooms, the amount of square footage, the size of your gym, things like that have not yet been determined. What we have been able to do is base the numbers that you're going to see tonight on some information that we have right now. Those numbers will change as the project is developed over the many months that we're going to be working on the project. So really, this is still pre-feasibility. So we haven't even gone to feasibility yet. We haven't gone to schematic yet. We will be coming back over and over again to show you designs and more information and better numbers as we develop this project. So tonight's numbers, we're really produced by our professional cost estimator. The name of the company is PM&C down here. The person who actually did the numbers is the principal over there, Peter Bradley. Now, Peter and his team are very experienced cost estimators. They do estimating for a wide variety of projects, including many, many schools of different sizes, including new middle schools of similar size and scope as your project. Now, what they do is keep a very detailed database. They not only keep track of their own projects, but they also keep track of projects throughout the region, and they sort of get a sense of what the market is doing and how prices are changing. And as you probably know, prices are increasing a lot, and there are certain trades that have shown even greater increases than what the general construction market, for example, mechanical systems, electrical systems, things like that are getting more expensive at a greater rate than, say, concrete or gypsum or flooring or even steel for that matter. So what Peter does and his team is they take whatever information they have and they create the best number that they have based on the information. And of course, that number tends to be relatively conservative because it's very early. He hasn't seen any drawings yet. He has visited the site. He's looked at the property as best he can, but he hasn't done anything below grade, or he hasn't looked at any piping, or he hasn't taken any measurements because there aren't any. So the things that he's been doing so far is based on the information that we have thus far. So what we have this far is this project understanding. So we know it's a grade 5 to 8 school, which is going to replace 2 middle schools in town. We know that the building is going to be designed and constructed to hold about 1,200 students. Right now, the numbers that you're going to see in front of you are based on 180,000 square feet, right? Those numbers, as I said, have to be confirmed with the educators and the programs that are going to be offered at this school. It is on the existing Quid Elementary School site, so part of the project will be to keep the existing building operational and safe while we build a new school, so that limits where we can actually put our new footprint. There is RIDE eligibility. Your base amount is 35, but we're going to be going up to 52.5% with some incentives, which is quite generous. Of course, that 17.5% bonus really expires at the end of the year, so there's a lot of pressure to get the project to ride in September and to get a contract in place by the end of the year, right before Christmas. So we're going to be working towards that. There's that September deadline I just mentioned. Right now, our schedule is based on a spring of 2025, a start of construction, and we'll be done with the school open for students completely by September of 2027. That's the schedules that we have right now. Once the construction management team gets on board and we start developing designs, that date might actually get better. So it's always best to try to push construction and push design as fast as possible. So we'll have to come back to that, but that's probably the latest that the building is going to be done. So this is everything that we know thus far. We also know a little bit about the actual site itself. So it's about 28 acres. Here is the Quid School here in this side of the site, and we're actually very fortunate that the existing school and the driveways and the play fields are on one side of the site. We've been on sites where the existing building is smack in the middle, which creates a challenge to try to plan and design a new school. But in this particular case, most of the existing construction is to one side. And what that does, it leaves us this wooded area for construction. And so the design team has already begun to look at some different ways of addressing the building. And most likely, this yellow box is not a footprint, but it's most likely where the building is going to go. It could slide a little bit to the east, it could slide a little bit to the south, and of course the shape of the new school is going to be reflective of the program and the desire to have, lots of windows and good views, taking advantage, of this really fantastic site. We're also very sensitive about the neighborhood. And you can see there's sort of this squiggly green line around the property. And what that is sort of the desire to maintain a deep wooded buffer. Because what we don't want to do is impact our neighbors that occupy, the neighborhood. We don't want to do that. So one of the thoughts that the design team is already thinking about is preserving a very deep buffer so that people in their backyards, going in summer, barbecues, will see pretty much what they have been seeing, and our building is pushed back as much as possible. We haven't started the height yet, but obviously we want to make sure we control the height of our building as well. Now, there's a couple of other features about this site. There's a little pocket of wetlands here. If anybody have gone to the property, you know that it kind of rolls off as you go to the west. We want to stay away from those sensitive environmental areas. There's also a small drainage culvert, and it's interesting because that culvert actually appears and disappears on the property, and so our engineers are starting to look at what that is, what it's actually doing, and what the value of that is. So there's lots of stuff that we're going to learn more about this particular property as we go on, and there's going to be some surveys and some geotech and some other things that are going to happen in the next few weeks. As I mentioned at the beginning of the presentation, one of the big concerns we have, of course, is maintaining the existing Quid School throughout every part of the construction. And so this particular diagram, and it's a very early diagram, shows how potentially the site would be divided between the construction side and the student side and parent side. And this particular red line, of course, is going to be adjusted. It may have a dog leg in it. It may have a couple of bends in it. It will eventually find its final home, providing all of the program that the Quid students have and need, including safety barriers, so there's no crossover whatsoever. Typically, the contractors and the trades would come, make a sharp left, go into their site, and at the end of the day come out. Students and parents would go, this way. And how that traffic flow is managed will be a big part of the construction management team's efforts as they get into the project. Obviously, during dismissal and arrival, we don't want deliveries or heavy trucks coming in now, and so they'll control that and make sure that that pathway stays clean for those half an hour or 15, 20 minutes, whatever it is that the quid students and parents have to come in and out of the site. Okay? So let's start about the numbers. Okay, so this is a very high-level discussion, and you'll see that these numbers are pretty large, and part of the reason is because things are getting expensive, and they tend to be on the high side as a first pass at the numbers because, as I said, there are no designs yet. So once the designs start coming, then our estimators can do takeoffs on brick, concrete, steel, all those things that make up a building, and that number tends to get tighter and it tends to get more accurate. But right now, what we're going to be talking about is really two things. Construction costs, which are the hard costs, and then we'll talk about the soft costs. So construction costs are all of the costs associated with building the building. And that includes everything from the bricks and mortar to demolishing and removing hazardous materials at the quid school, as well as the site work. So really, those are the three components of this particular project. Let's start with the middle school first. So 180,000 square foot, I mentioned that earlier. And the number that we're using right now is about $440 a square foot. So this is simple math. Multiply this number times this number, and right now the building trade costs, and those are the the masons, the plumbers, the electricians, all of the teams that are actually going to construct the building. That part of the project is about $79 million. Okay, now that $440 a square foot is reflective of middle school prices within the region. There are some middle schools that have bid slightly less, and there are some middle schools that have bid slightly higher recently. But that is generally the value of a middle school built in accordance with code and built in accordance with RIDE standards. And as you know, if you've looked at the RIDE standards, they have some very, very high level requirements for schools. Energy efficiency, durable materials, lots of air through the building, lots of windows. They have space requirements. All those are reflective in the $440 a square foot. The other thing we're going to be doing, as I mentioned, we're going to be building the school first and then knocking down quid. Well, there's two components associated with removal of any building. The first is actually removing of the hazardous materials. Now, the building will have hazardous materials, asbestos flooring, it may have some PCBs, it may have some other products within it, and that's typical of the era of that particular building. It doesn't make it a dangerous building, it's just those materials contain those that have to be removed carefully and disposed of. And then there's the actual removal and demolition of the building, taking down the walls, taking down the floors, digging up the foundations, all those kinds of things. And those values are shown there. So it's about $10 to take the building down and dispose of it properly, and another $15 to actually remove the hazardous material in the building before the demolition crews come in. So those are the two numbers there, and you can see the math. Now the last piece, of course, is the site work. I showed a picture of the site work before, kind of giving you a sense. This particular site happens to be quite large. And because we're building on an undeveloped part of the site, and then we're taking the developed part of the site and turning it into, ball fields or parking or other improvements, we're going to be touching a large portion of the site. And because of that, the cost of the site work tends to be a little bit higher. In this particular case, we're carrying about 20% of the building costs, or just under $16 million. Now, that number will change depending on what we're doing for drainage, depending on the number of parking spaces, the ball fields, the configuration of the ball field, lighting, all that kind of stuff that is associated with a new school design. That number will be refined as we go ahead. Okay, so that total represents the building, demolition of quid, and the site work, or just under $100 million. Okay, a lot of money. It's about $534 a square foot for that work. The next series of numbers are made up of what we call contingency numbers. Okay, so I mentioned that at the beginning, we don't have designs, we're not ready for bid. So what the team is doing is actually predicting what the future cost of this building will be when we finally go to the market and actually ask for hard numbers. We don't have any drawings right now. We don't have any specifications, so we can't go to the market. That's going to take a period of time to develop those drawings, specifications, and go to marketplace. And so what these percentages do, is it provides funds, allocation of funds for that unknown and for that future pricing. And for design and pricing contingency, we have about 12% or 11.5 million. And escalation, okay, now escalation is sort of predicting what the market cost will be at bid day, and that's a future prediction. You notice it's 16%, which is pretty high. Traditionally, over say the last 10 years, escalation has been in the 4.5% to 5% per year range, and that reflects, you know, the inflationary cost of materials, equipment, labor, fuel, power, all that kind of stuff. But over the last year or so, we have seen escalation to the 10 to 15% on certain trades. As I mentioned, mechanical, electrical equipment, specialty equipment, controls, things like that have increased tremendously. So Peter and his team thought long and hard and have decided for this particular project to carry 16%. What will happen as we develop the drawings and specs, that number will begin to be refined. We're hoping it goes down and that inflation and these crazy prices don't continue and, you know, drive everybody crazy. So we're hoping that goes down, but if it does stay where it's expected to be, we have funds to pay for it and continue with the project. What we don't want to do is go to a certain point, get ready to bid, and then have to remove scope because inflation has increased the cost of the project such that we couldn't award it even if we got competitive bids. So those numbers are added to the numbers that you saw before. And then if you add the trade cost with the contingencies escalation, it's about 123 million. Okay? Now, what we need to do now is actually hire a construction team to actually build and manage the project. And the delivery method that is most common is the construction management technique. Most projects in the region have been using construction manager, who's a team of specialists that run the overall project. The trade contractors actually have contracts with the construction management team. They're actually a sub of the construction management. And the CM has a contract with the town to build a school. So we're going to go through that in a second. So there's a number of components associated with the construction management. The first is general conditions, and general conditions is the work to, in essence, the cost to manage the project. In other words, this is the specialist, which includes the management team, the back office team, all of the personnel associated with managing all of the trades. Just to give you a sense of the number of trades that we could expect on a project of this magnitude, if you think of all the components that make up a building, roof, brick, steel, concrete, masonry, all the sort of trades, on a project like this, we could have between 20 and 25 trades that have to be managed on a day-to-day and coordinated by the construction management team, and that's really what their specialty is. They make sure that the trade is doing the work at the right time and in coordination with all of the other trades so that the building comes together in a organized and well thought out manner. Because what we don't want to do is construct something that's going to be in the way of a trade that's coming later and then have to redo things. So the construction manager makes sure that the flow of the work is properly done. General requirements is the non-management or indirect cost of executing the project. That's everything from plan reproduction, surveying, field engineering, field operations support, job site conditions. So if there's dewatering or something that needs to be done, they take care of that. Also project safety, right? Safety is going to be a big concern, and we want to make sure that all of the work people that come onto the site leave the site in a safe manner at the end of the day. That's very important. Bonding, of course, we have to have bonding, of course. Insurance is there. Building permit, we're assuming that it's waived, right? That the town is not going to charge its school for a building permit, because not something that we typically see, but we want to make sure that that's waived. We also do have some construction contingency, and so those are, remember we talked about the contingencies before. Well, this is another form of contingency, and this one has to do with things that may not have been picked up in the bid. Something that needs to be done in the field that was an unforeseen condition. For example, we may encounter unsuitable soils, or we may encounter a piece of rock that was not picked up by the geotech. So we want to make sure that we have funds associated so the construction team can continue doing their work. And those are some funds that allow them to do that. And the other thing is temporary classrooms. You see here, it's assumed not required. Many projects that we do design require temporary classrooms so that contractors can go and do their work. In this particular case, the Quid School is going to remain completely operational. There's not going to be any downtime or any kind of need for temporary classrooms, so there's nothing in that budget. So all of that stuff, construction management team, is about $18 million. So remember, we're still talking about construction costs, hard costs. So if you add them all up, there's the trade cost, building and site. There's a design and contingency, escalation, construction management. You add all those numbers up, it's about $141,900,000. So just under $142 million, or about $788 a square foot. Again, those are conservative numbers. Those numbers will change, and our task will be to bring those numbers down as much as possible as the building gets designed and the drawings and specs get developed. The next category I want to talk about are the soft costs. So the soft costs are not directly related to construction. They're categorized as fees and expenses. So paying for the architect, engineering team, surveyors, special testing and inspection teams, those kinds of folks will fall under the soft costs. The other thing we have in this number is FF&E, furniture, furnishings, and equipment. And there's two components to that. One is the loose chairs, tables, desks, all that kind of stuff that you'll see in a school. And we're assuming 100% new equipment and furniture for this building. It's not our intent to bring anything back from the other schools. We're going to do it completely new. The other component will be the technology, so security, desktop electronics, hubs, servers, routers. Sometimes our interactive monitors are actually in this FF&E. Sometimes it's auditorium equipment, things like that will be in there. So that's also embedded in that number. And then lastly, there's actually, at this stage in the estimate, an additional 5% of owner's contingency. So that owner's contingency can cover anything from scope to changes in the design of the building, whatever may occur between now and the end of completion. That's what that $25 million covers. Okay? This particular case, as I said, is 18%. The state of Rhode Island allows up to 20%. So we're slightly below that. And again, as our numbers get tightened up, that number will also be refined. So, add it all up. Okay? You got the hard costs, all those items that we mentioned before, plus the soft costs. The bottom line right now is 167.4. That's what we would call the sort of upper limit of what this project may cost. As I kept saying over and over again, we expect that number to go in the correct direction. A part of that number will be granted, part of your eligible grant from the state of Rhode Island. We're still working with the state officials and figuring out what the final percentage is and what's going to be eligible and not eligible. For example, the FF&E would be completely eligible for reimbursement, which is a big, big savings. We haven't predicted that yet because we haven't had enough conversations with the state. But as we do develop the drawings and specs and as we do more estimates, that number will also be reported to the community because we want to make sure we keep an eye on that. All right? So a lot of numbers. This presentation is going to be available to you so you can kind of see where the numbers are. And this is probably going to be one of the simplest presentations about numbers that we do have. Later, you're going to see lots and lots of stacks and columns of numbers that are going to be talking about everything from the carpet to the wood on the stage to, you know, the seats that you're going to be sitting in. So there's going to be a lot more detail and a lot more things to look at as we develop the program, as we develop the design of the building and site. And that pretty much concludes our presentation. If there's any questions, we'd love to address them.
Thank you so much. And so I'll open it up to the school committee for any initial questions, and then we're going to go back up on stage, and I'm actually going to make a recommendation that we move some of the related agenda items up on the agenda so that the folks here will still be here. So if we have any direct questions, they don't have to wait until the end of the meeting. So, but if anyone has any specific questions about the presentation today, feel free to ask it while we're done here.
Thank you very much. This was a very detailed presentation, and I appreciate that. Not so thrilled to hear they're not going to be quite as simple moving forward, but that's okay. My one question that I had was, and I really appreciate the fact that you stress that this is super preliminary and very beginning and pre-feasibility. In your experience, just in general, I'm not going to hold you to anything, how far off do you find that it typically is from this part of the pre-feasibility to the end? Like just percent accuracy or like percent difference? Is there a rule of thumb or?
There really isn't. But I can say that it goes in the right direction,
okay.
And that's downward.
Okay, that's a good thing to hear.
Unless the town decides to put another 10,000 square foot or include a different program, the number should go down.
So, but based on what's outlined here, you would expect the number to shrink, not go up.
Exactly. Okay. Again, it's totally 100% a function of the program, right? And so, you know, one of the things that we will be doing with the educators is looking for efficiency and right-sizing the building, because every square foot has that multiplication associated with it. Yeah. And once they start doing takeoffs, you know, that's when you really see, you know, how square footage dollars affect the overall budget.
Yeah, thank you so much for answering that. One of my questions is, how do you work with the school district, particularly teachers and building principals and things like that, to help inform those discussions? So, because I know we had the original, they had focus groups and different things, but that was pre-pandemic, so I'd be curious, and a lot of administration changes, so I'd be curious to hear kind of what your process is in figuring out what those things are to be able to move forward pretty swiftly.
We intend to have a series of conversations starting at high level and then opening up the audience to more and more people and eventually having several conversations with the actual community. We'd love to hear the opinion of students and parents. Ultimately, they are the customers associated with the building. So we'll start with, you know, the school leadership, and then we'll open it up to the teachers, and then we'll eventually open it up to the community. You know, we're seeing 3, 4, maybe 5 meetings, and we're hoping to get this done before everybody takes off for the summer and can still focus on school and instead of focusing on the beach and the barbecues. So we want to make sure we do that, because that's the piece that we need in order to do the design magic that we do.
Thank you. Other questions from the committee at this point? Very good.
You mentioned a few times an auditorium. Is that building going to have an auditorium?
Well, we'd like to have an auditorium with 1,200 students. This is a beautiful space, and the way we look at middle schools is that they're sort of a prep school for high school, right? So with a room like this, you'd like to have sort of the start of that, because it's an education component. It's not entertainment, but it's a way of teaching the craft. Music programs, presentations are a huge part of students' curriculum nowadays, and so a space like this lends itself to start at the middle school level. So we're going to recommend that we do have a middle school auditorium. We don't know the size, we don't know how big the stage is, but that's something that we're going to be talking with the educators about.
Great. Well, thank you so much. As I said, we're going to shuffle up back to our seats, and if you all don't mind staying around, we'll make a motion to move that agenda item and then let you know if we have any additional questions. But we very, very much appreciate your time in the presentation today. Thank you.
Thank you very much, everybody.
To move under new business agenda items. It would be here we go. Yes. So under new business items A and B, to this point in the agenda, do I have a second? Okay, we'll do second for Ms. Lima. Any discussion? All those in favor, please say aye. Okay, thank you so much. And so we'll go directly to item A, which is the architect's cost estimate recommendation for NKSD for the new middle school. So do we have a motion to either approve or discuss? Would someone like to make a motion?
I'll make a motion to discuss.
Okay, so we have a motion for Mr. Bridie. Do I have a second?
Make a second.
Okay, second for Ms. Lima. And so I'll open it up for discussion. So I'll start, I guess I'll kick it off kind of to preface what we are trying to make. And so the item on this agenda today is, I believe, we are looking to discuss the presentation that we just had with the cost estimate, and at some point, whether it's tonight or at another point, we need to make a motion to recommend, basically approve kind of what we heard from the architects, and put it forward via the superintendent to the town council for the bond. And we definitely are under a bit of a time crunch, as we want to make sure to get that done and up to the State House before the session ends. Just to clarify kind of the timeline. Anything from the building committee or anyone else as far as discussion or thoughts on timeline or process?
I'm comfortable, based on the building committee's recommendation and what I saw tonight, to make a motion to approve for the next step.
Okay, so we have a motion from Ms. Lima.
Second.
Second from Mr. Case. So we'll open up the motion. Jen, do you want to add anything? questioner gets to go first. If not, I'll open up to other discussion. Tom?
I thought it was an excellent presentation this evening. Rob and I were both present when there were 4 presenters. It was clear that evening that Perkins was by far the most qualified. But I'm not going to suggest to you that there isn't a certain amount of sticker shock when you see the amount of money that's involved in this. It's enormous. We have an owner's project manager that we'll be talking about a little bit later on. I've never built a school before, and probably never will again, but I'm trusting that Perkins Eastman knows their business. They clearly have enormous experience in this area, and I'm taking it on faith that these numbers will hopefully go down somewhat as we move forward in this project. But we are under a time crunch, as you pointed out, Aaron, and we've got to get this rolling. Those are my observations.
The one thing that I did want to add, and it was mentioned in the presentation tonight, is that the time crunch specifically that we're under is to get the additional reimbursement from RIDE, and that if we don't act on this now, we're leaving an additional 17.5% reimbursement on the table, and I think we'd be foolish not to make every attempt to meet that deadline. The new middle school needs to be made, period. Wickford Middle School is absolutely past its prime, and that's being kind, and we either move forward to build the school now with the additional reimbursement, or we put the move forward to do the middle school now a year or 2 later without the additional reimbursement, and we would be foolish not to try and take advantage of that additional money.
Okay. Other discussion? Rob?
Do we know if this needs to get to the town council by, is it Monday? Or there was a date. What was the date? Was it the 8th, May 8th, that they were doing presentations to the town council about this?
I think Mr. Correnti wants to volunteer some information here.
Yeah, you can use the mic from there. It's okay.
Yes, based on what we learned, that is correct. And now Mike walked in to back me up on this.
Yeah, that is correct. I can verify it. Yeah. Yes. So yes, ideally we would want to be able to send this information over and present to the town council at their next meeting. I would add to when I was elected to be on the school committee, I asked to take a tour of some of the buildings, and I obviously, as a lifelong resident of North Kingstown, have been in Wickford Middle School many times. I played basketball there through NK Rec and have a lot of wonderful memories of that school. And it's probably one of the only times in my entire life that I have been disappointed to be a North Kingstowner. The state of that school is not acceptable for our students in this town, and it was very disappointing to see it, and then also very concerning to think about putting in additional money to keep up and maintain that building. And so I'm so grateful to the educators in that building. I know the students are getting a wonderful education there, but the teachers and the administrators and the students deserve better in this town. And as Ms. Lima said, this is not a choice. Like, this isn't a want, this is a need. And when I learned about the additional opportunity to get the additional reimbursements potentially from the state, it seemed like something we really need to pursue. And I know that the number feels very large. Down where I work, we do big numbers like that for big buildings often, but I know it is a lot. But I do think that the investment in this project will have, payback for so many years when you think about this building and the amazing things that it gave to the students for over 20 years and the condition it's still in. I think this is such a good investment for our students. And then also, it'll help bring equity, I think, to the students of the town by having the one building and being able to provide that opportunity to all middle school students, instead of doing one and then the other and having those, having to wait for the other building to be enough to have to build a new one. I think it really is a great opportunity, and seeing the site at Knesset, I think it's such a great opportunity as well, because I'm so happy we don't have to displace students during this process. So I am most certainly for this and very, very supportive of moving forward with the cost estimate that we were provided today.
Sorry, one more thing. One thing that I saw tonight that I hadn't seen before that I appreciated was the diagram showing that the new site location on Quidnesset was very carefully placed to try and maximize the amount of buffer to the neighborhood as possible, because I know that's one thing that I've heard concern over is the disruption to the woodland area and the wetlands. And from what I saw, understanding that it's a draft and things could change, is that there has been great care taken to place the building in a way that's least disruptive. So that was something that I appreciated as well.
Rob and then Tom.
I will just add, and Mr. Waterman or Mr. Correnti, you can follow up with this after I make my comment. But in addition to this being a prime opportunity to give our students, a state-of-the-art learning environment, I've heard discussion in the town that, why don't we just fix the old one? And at some point, the state is not going to continue to reimburse those repairs either. They've rated these buildings that they are beyond their life usage. And so I think that's important to remember that we won't be getting the funds to fix these schools anymore because we need new updated places for our students. So that's also important to keep in mind as well.
Tom?
I want to echo something that Rob said, and then just to add an extra thought. This past weekend, my wife and I were going through a bunch of old items at our house, came across some news clippings from probably 15 years ago where I had a child who was in an athletic event. And my wife said, "Did you see the article in the paper about repairs to the Wickford Middle School?" And I was surprised to see, they were doing this, 15, 20 years ago. We attended a meeting, it was a very difficult meeting in January, and a gentleman named Jim Murphy, who's a citizen of this community, made mention of the fact that one of the reasons that people move to North Kingstown is because they think that we have good schools. And good schools increase property values. So for people who are questioning this or suggesting in some way that this is extravagant or inappropriate, this is an investment not just in the students of this community, but in the overall citizenry. And that's something that we shouldn't lose sight of. We are doing something that's going to have a profound impact on the entire community. Because people who want to move here, who want to buy decent housing, they're supporting a good school system, and a good school system that's going to be giving return to them, and their children will have the benefit of this project. So I think we need to move forward with it as quickly as possible.
Okay, thank you, Rob.
And I will just add, that we are not the only town trying to make this decision. Now, when we first had our first meeting with Mario from the School Building Authority, he came in and we asked him, how many other towns are looking at this? And at that time he said 12 to 13. I was at a meeting on Saturday with Mario, and he said that number is now 22, 23. So, there's lots of other school districts that are going through the same thing. So it's not just us that's doing this because they want to take advantage of that free money basically from the state. So that's it's something to not lose sight of.
Great, thank you very much. Any additional discussion? Okay, I just want to clarify, can we read back the motion? I just want to ensure Mr. Waterman arrived. Thank you so much, Mr. Waterman. And so I just want to make sure that we're very clear on what the motion is and what we need to put forward. So I want to make sure it's... Oh, hold on. Yeah.
For this item, the first motion I have is Dr. Earl making a motion to move items A and B up underneath after the presentation, seconded by Mrs. Lima. Then I have a motion by Mrs. Lima to approve to move forward for the next step of this process, and seconded by Mr. Case.
Yep, that's fine. So, Mr. Waterman, any thoughts on the specificity of what we're looking for as far as approval for tonight? Hold on, we got to get you the mic. Or you can come on up, too. We got a name tag for you.
think what the motion you should be making is a motion to put forward the number, and I don't have it in front of me, the exact number of a not-to-exceed number to the town council for their approval for bond referendum. Something along those lines. May need Andrew's help on, actually.
Yep, so thank you for the clarification. And I just want to confirm the number that we are doing as far as the do not exceed would be the, come on up. Thank you very much. Okay, so I'll make the motion and then.
Let me amend,
Yep.
let me withdraw
You
my
wanna
motion.
Okay,
Yep.
perfect. So Ms. Lima would withdraw. Okay. So I move that we communicate to the town council the following number, which is 167456932. What did you want, Mike, exactly? Sorry.
Not to exceed.
Oh, not to exceed, yep. Yep, so to forward along that number of $167,556,932 to not exceed for a bond referendum for the town.
I'll second that.
Okay, so we have the motion and a second. Any further discussion? Okay, very good. Okay, I'll call the vote. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Okay, motion carries unanimously. Thank you so much. And then the next item that we moved up was the agenda item of the OPM for the NKSD middle school project. Do we have a motion?
I'll move to open discussion with regard to the OPM for the middle school project.
Okay, motion from Mr. Bridie. Do we have a second? Second from Mr. Case. We'll open that up for discussion. I don't know if one of the members of the building committee wants to comment on this or a member of the staff. I'd open any comments.
I think I can help you with this, but I'm going to rely on Mike Waterman or Bob. Unfortunately, neither one of them were at the last meeting for personal reasons and perfectly excusable. But Rob and I attended the subcommittee meeting last week where we considered proposals for the middle school project. There were 4 proposals. Actually, I'm sorry, it may have been three proposals. I see 4 listed here, but the Jacobs Group was the lowest bidder at $29,000. That was substantially lower than the other bids that we saw. And there was some concern among members of the committee as to whether or not that covered all of the costs going forward with the Stage 2 aspect of this project. So we tentatively agreed to forward that bid, the Jacobs bid, with the understanding that we would check with Jacobs to confirm that what they were saying was really what they intended to deliver, that they could do everything for the fee of $29,000. We have received assurances from Christopher Simler of the Jacobs Group by email confirming, yes, that is our bid. We know the Rhode Island Department of Education. We know exactly what they are looking for. We have experience in this area, and we will have you covered. So with that in mind, I think they are the appropriate party for us to accept as an OPM on this.
Okay, thank you so much. Any additional comments or questions?
And just to clarify that point, they actually sent that email prior to the building committee meeting, after the bid opening. I think they also realized that they were the low bidder by a significant amount and sent Mr. Carenti an email standing by that number, putting it in writing, and that was the email that was forwarded on to you. So I just want to point out that even prior to the building committee meeting, they were very comfortable and confident in their number.
I appreciate that clarification, Mike. Thank you.
Additional discussion? Rob?
I'll just add, just to kind of support what Tom said, that the Jacobs Group is very well known by the School Building Authority. They have a very good relationship. Again, at the meeting that I attended on Saturday, they were specifically mentioned as one that they work with regularly. So this is a well-vetted group that we would be hiring to be the project manager. So I have every confidence in this and support it.
Okay, thank you. I would like to ask if Perkins Eastman has any opinion or thoughts on the OPM, as you will be working with them.
We're familiar with that group, and our team members have worked with them, so we don't have any concerns with them. We're looking forward to collaborating on this project.
Thank you. Any further discussion? Very good.
Do we need a motion to
Yeah.
accept their bid?
Yep.
I'll make that motion.
Okay, so we have a motion from Mr. Bridey. Second from Mr. Case. Any further discussion? Okay, hearing none, I'll call the vote. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Okay, looks like motion carries unanimously. Thank you so much. Okay, and I think that's it for you all folks, so thank you so much for coming. We very much appreciate it. Okay, so we will go... Okay, so we will go back to the routine items. So the first item under the routine items is the item A, executive session. Can I get a motion? Okay. Oh, sorry. Just kidding. We're going to table that one. We are not doing that one. So we'll go on to the consent agenda. Would anyone like to remove anything from the consent agenda?
D1, please.
Oh, my goodness gracious.
C1 and 2, please.
C1 and 2. Anything else?
D1, yeah.
Okay, also D1. Anything else from the consent agenda? Okay, hearing none other. Can I get a motion to approve the consent agenda with C1 and 2 removed and D1 removed as well?
So moved.
Okay, motion from Mr. Case. Do we have a second? Second from Mr. Bridey. Any discussion? Okay, all those in favor of approving the consent agenda, please say aye.
Aye.
Okay, any opposed? Okay, motion carries. And then we'll go back to C1.
You can take them together. C1 and C2, I just need to abstain. I wasn't at that meeting.
Okay. Ms. Lima, similar or different for C1?
No, I said D1, sorry.
Oh, excuse me.
Yeah.
Okay. I'll make a motion to approve the C1 and C2. Do I have a second?
Second.
Okay, so motion for myself, second from Mr. Case. Any discussion? Okay, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
And then one abstention. Got that, Jules? Okay, thank you so much. And then we'll go on to item D1. Do we have a motion?
I'll make a motion to discuss.
Okay, motion from Ms. Lima. Do we have a second?
Second.
Second from Mr. Case, and we'll open it up for discussion. Jen?
So the IT department's two-step verification has me locked out of my network right now. It's working too well. I have no wireless signal in here. So bear with me. I'm going to do this from memory. When we got the notification that we had received this money back in December, Dr. Paolucci had indicated that this was for furniture, and she had specifically mentioned putting together a team, and I understand we have, changed administration a few times since then, but she talked about, maybe upgrading library furniture and things like that, and everything that I see in front of me, with one very small exception, is for technology. I've researched a few other school committees who have all spent this money on furniture, and I would like to know why we're not spending this money on furniture.
So
Go ahead, Mike. No, go ahead.
So at this point, it's come down to a time crunch. What we would need to do is bring in somebody who could bring in samples. So this money has to be spent, and we have to do some invoicing by the end of June. And at this point, we don't have time. There are some towns that used it for furniture. There are also some towns. I was at the meeting with Mr. Correnti. The governor was there, and I was sitting with a couple other towns, and they were actually going to use this money to reimburse themselves for Chromebook purchases that they had made earlier in the year. So knowing stuff that's available, knowing the crunch that we have in the finance office, and trying not to bridge between multiple fiscal years, everything that is on this list is readily available. If approved this evening and purchase orders enter tomorrow or the next day, the anticipated arrival would be by the end of May, which I know would make our one controller very happy, because that would allow her to do her work to get the invoices paid before the end of the fiscal year, get those to RIDE so that we can get the reimbursement all happening within the same fiscal year, and not carrying over to past July 1st, which when you're doing year-end closeout audits gets really, really messy.
Thank you for that explanation. Further discussion?
I understand all that, and I understand that we've switched administrations, but I guess I'm disappointed that we didn't try to spend this money in the manner that it was intended for. I feel like I know one particular ex-school committee member in general has been advocating for upgrades to the media center for a while, and this seems to be something that would have been right up that alley. Is aside from the fact of, which the obvious was, of administration gaps, do you know why there wasn't a greater effort made to address furniture with this grant? I mean, it's a large amount of money that could have been spent on this type of thing.
It really comes down to timing at this point. If we were able to get to this sooner, I mean, we were being pulled in many different directions between the budget, doing all the work leading up to the new middle school. Those had hard timeline crunches. It was just not enough time, not enough people to get all of this work done. At that same meeting I just mentioned, RIDE representatives did mention that depending on how this goes, there may be additional grants. I would hope that we would learn about them sooner in the year. I mean, they hit us at the midway point of the fiscal year. So hopefully having a plan so that if we do get this type of grant again, we can jump on it quicker. I mean, we've already done some of the work as far as joining the consortium that I mentioned a few meetings back. You know, having that stuff in place earlier would have certainly helped, but we're taking those steps so that if this does present itself again, we will be in a better position to take advantage at that time.
Thanks so much for that explanation, Mike. I wonder, so with these items, one question that I had, and I understand the time crunch and the changes, are any of these costs that are included in this something that we had built into the next year's fiscal operating fund so that we might be able to reallocate that money? You're shaking your head no, I don't like
Unfortunately not. These items were all originally in the budget, but then as we saw that number was so high, there was stuff that we started to pull out and we're going to seek alternate funding for.
Okay. Thank you. So I think for me, again, I understand the reality of where we're at, and I do echo Ms. Lima's, you know, I know that we have some furniture needs, as again, I mentioned that I went on some tours of the buildings. What I would be really curious to see as far as kind of next steps is maybe some strategy and some plans on, you know, some areas of needs. I'm hearing the media centers and some different areas, and so I'd love at a future meeting to have kind of that assessment so that we have that understanding, if we've already done that work as preparation for this, et cetera, to kind of understand the scope, and then perhaps look for either other opportunities with the state or in other ways to be able to maybe fund some of the needs that we have, because I know that there's always technology needs and there seems like there's some good things in this, but I do also want to make sure that we're keeping up on kind of those things and those projects that need to be like kind of attended to as time goes on.
And I could not agree more with you. One of the things I did when I first came into the IT department as the director of IT was put together the 5-year strategic plan. I'd love to put together a 10-year furniture plan, a 10-year bus refresh plan, a 10-year maintenance vehicle and equipment replace plan. Those are all priorities of mine that I hope to be able to get to very soon.
Thank you. Other discussion on this item? Okay, so I believe the original motion was just for discussion. Does anyone want to make a motion to approve?
I will make a motion to approve.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Lima. Do we have a second? Okay, so I have a motion from Ms. Lima, second from Mr. Case. Any further discussion? Okay, all those in favor, please say aye. Any opposed? Any abstentions? Thank you so much. Thank you for the explanation, Mike. Okay. So now we are on to we're on unfinished business A, right? Okay, I don't know why this agenda today. Okay, perfect. So we'll move on to unfinished business. The first item is item A, administrator contract renewals. Do we have a motion?
I would like to make a motion to discuss, please.
Okay, motion discussed from Ms. Lima. Do I have a second? Second from Ms. Hoskins, thank you. And I'll open it up for discussion. First, I didn't know if Rob, in place of Frank or anyone else from the administration if you wanted to say anything before the school committee discussed or asked questions. If not, no worries.
Yeah, we recommend that the approval takes place for the listed contracts.
Okay, thank you so much. Further discussion, questions?
So I have no issue, like I said before, with the renewal of the contracts themselves. And I did want to note that the question that I had asked at the last meeting about who was actually putting the contracts forward for renewal in the absence of permanent administration has been answered and provided, and I'm satisfied with the answer, but I still am not satisfied with the way the contracts themselves are written. I have had some conversations with Andrew about these. I do not believe that they should be tied to the NENK rates. That's never, or increases that's never been done in the past. I would like to see them. I want to make a motion to approve them tonight with a modification, so I don't know how you want to handle that, but what I would like to see them written as is, and I'm sorry, I cannot see, but saying something to the effect of that for this past school year, whatever their current salary is, have that noted, and then just say something to the effect of how we've done it in the past, which is that future years will be negotiated, recommended by the superintendent, and then approved by the school committee. However it is it's been done in the past, I don't think that it should be tied to the NENK rate.
Okay, thank you. Further discussion? I don't know if that was a motion.
It was kind of a motion. Yeah, I would like to make a motion to approve the contracts with the amendment that they would state what the administrator's current salary is for the fiscal year that just ended, with the notation that future years of the contract will be recommended by the superintendent and approved by the school committee. Does that sound right, Andrew?
Yes, it does.
Okay. Okay, thank you, Ms. Lima. Do we have a second? Second. Okay, so second for Mr. Case. We'll open it up to discussion. Any further discussion? One clarifying question I had is, as a citizen today pointed out during community comments, and I had read this in the policy as well, for the salaries that are in the contracts, are those the current salaries, or are those the recommendations from the superintendent? And I know Frank is not here today, so just looking for some clarification on that.
I believe those are current.
They are the current salaries, yes, yeah.
Okay, so is there possibly a potential would we, if we approve these today, which I very much support, and I support the modification that Ms. Lima is making as well, would we anticipate the superintendent coming back with revised numbers for the next year? Because I know, like, we're a little bit behind on timeline and we know why, but I just wanted to be really clear with the committee that the numbers that they're approving for the contracts right now are the current ones, but there is a likelihood that the superintendent might come back for the next, like, for this year, 2023, 2024, with perhaps different numbers. So I just want to clear that up.
So I will say that there is, yes, a likelihood of that, but I also don't want to say it's a certainty. So I'll put it out there as a likelihood, yes.
So based on my deep dive into the world of salary contracts and negotiations for administrators, it looks like the way contracts have been written in the past, and this is the way I would recommend it, is the contract should say during the 2022-2023 school year. Is that the year we just finished? This is the way the contract should write, is say during the 2022-2023 school year, the administrator received a salary of X. In the remaining years of this contract, the salary will be established by the superintendent and approved by the school committee during each year of the contract and will be paid blah, blah, blah. And then when the superintendent, whoever it should be, decides what increases they want to give to which administrators, they can submit a document that says, I recommend the salary adjustments, the following salary adjustments. They can submit that document to us. We approve that document, and that can just get approved. We don't have to approve an entirely new contract. We just approve the document as written for the new salaries.
Andrew's nodding, but Andrew, can you confirm in the mic for that?
Confirm. That would be the understanding.
Okay, any further discussion on the motion? Okay, hearing none, I'll call the question. All those in favor of the motion that Ms. Lima made, and again, clarification, the contracts that are in front of you would get changed, but we would be approving them based on what we're saying so that we don't have to bring them back. And so all those in favor, please say aye. Okay, any opposed, any abstention? Motion carries unanimously, and thank you so much to the administration for making those changes. And I look forward to signing the contracts, and thank you for all the administrators that are working the district. We know that you are working tirelessly for the students of Kingston, so we very much appreciate you. Okay, moving on to item B, 2022-2023. Any updates there? Okay. Item C, 23-24. Okay. Oh, go ahead.
So I just want to add something for the B 22-23. The auditor will be reporting to the school committee at the next meeting on the 16th.
Okay, thank you very much, and we look forward to hearing their presentation. And then item D, CIP existing bond, future bond. Anything there?
We are still awaiting the town. They're going through some computer issues at the moment, so we're awaiting. They're going to get back to us on the balance of the bond.
Great, thank you so much, Mike. And I did hear that about the town, and so I wish them the best of luck in resolving that issue. I know it was pretty epic, so thank you.
And if I just may real quick on C, perhaps I missed it. Just want to thank the town council for their approval last week of the submitted budget.
Yes, thank you so much. That feels more than last week, but you are correct. And we are very, very grateful to the town council and for all of the folks that put together the budget. I was very impressed with the thoughtfulness both on the school side and on the town side to be very thoughtful with the budget, really listen to the folks that are doing the work, and also make sure that there's significant community involvement. So thank you, Mike, for putting that out. That seems like a while ago, but it was not. So thank you so much. And we very much appreciate the support of the town councilors on the school budget. Okay, moving on to item D. Do we have a motion? Or excuse me, item E. Do we have a motion?
I'll make a motion to approve.
Okay, motion to approve from Ms. Lima. Do we have a second?
Second.
Okay, we have a second from Mr. Bridey. I'll open it up. Any discussion? Okay, hearing none, I'll call the question. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstentions? Motion carries. Thank you. Okay, and then moving on to item F, receiving an update. So I'll make a motion to receive an update on the NKHS varsity softball field improvements. Do we have a second? Okay, second for Mr. Case. And I believe, Mr. Waterman, you have an update for us on that one?
Yes, a number of meetings ago, I've lost track at this point, the school committee gave us authority of not to exceed number of $100,000 for the update of the softball field here at the high school. At the time, I mentioned that our first step would be to reach out to the architect to determine what we're going to need to do in order to do that. He's teamed up with a landscape architect, and their fee for basically assessing the site, putting together the bid specs, and then overseeing the project. This project is small enough where we don't need an OPM like Jacobs, so they would oversee the project. Their fee came in at $16,000, and so per the policy, I'm bringing that to you for approval. This money would come out of the $100,000 not to exceed number.
Okay, thank you so much. Any questions or discussion?
Mike, when they are doing the field and looking at like the type of clay and the dirt, what to use, are they going to enlist the information from the athletic director as well as the softball community, the coaching?
So they'll be working with companies that specialize in this. This is a company whose focus is putting fields together. Much like we had someone with the turf, we're going to have an expert in here. So yes, we would absolutely involve the athletic department. I'm not sure we'd be sending out surveys on.
No, I would just within the athletic department.
Yes. Yep.
Yeah. Wonderful. Just a clarifying question on the way that the process is working. Andrew, does Mr. Waterman need our approval or just need to inform us since we already did the blanket? And then while you have your mic on, a little bit of clarification on like kind of the legality of subcontractors with the architect firm which is Rouse, and then sub folk.
Sure. So my recollection of the last vote was up to $100,000 to spend on the project. So technically, I don't think any additional approval is needed on this issue tonight. I think it's brought forward just for informational purposes, so you know where it stands. And it's also my understanding that the architect that Mr. Waterman is talking about is the district's architect, and he would have the ability to contract out with other individuals.
Okay, thank you. Any further discussion or questions? We are, I believe the motion right now is just for discussion. And so I agree that I don't think we need to. And so just hearing no other discussion, we can just close out this item, and Mr. Waterman and the crew can proceed. Okay. Thank you so much for the update, Mike, though, and we very much appreciate, especially for an item that much, for the transparency and the communication. So although no official approval, we do appreciate updates on this project. Thank you. Okay, and so we will now move on to item G, which is Robert Half Talent Solution Services. Do we have a motion?
I'll make a motion to discuss.
Okay, motion from Ms. Lima. Do we have a second?
Second.
Okay, second for Mr. Bridey. So I'll open it up for discussion. Always want to give the opportunity to the administration if anyone wants to make any comments regarding it before the school committee discusses.
I have no other comment other than to refer you to Dr. Pilata's packet of information.
Okay, thank you so much. Discussion from the school committee.
So I guess my question is just some concerns over this process. The finder's fee for this is $29,000, but it doesn't appear that we went out to bid for this. For the executive search, and I'm just wondering if somebody could walk me through that, please.
Okay.
I did reach out to Mary King and asked her in the past what we had done, and she said normally they would come to you with a do not exceed, that for a search firm like this to go out, that they would have used multiples. She said that 20 to 35% of the annual salary is standard. As a fee. So, but you would go out to multiples, and it's a commodity, so it's a sole source.
Yeah, I mean, and I don't doubt that. I just don't recall anybody getting school committee permission to do that before this happened.
Yeah, absolutely. So I'll turn it over to Mike or whomever wants to answer that question.
So I know in the fall, we had discussed when we had the controller vacancy, which was L, we had used Robert Half Services, and that had come to the school committee. So it's one of those things where whoever the candidate is, so we actually had reached out, and this is in your backup, we reached out to 3 different, I'll call them temp agencies, headhunters, whichever term you want to use, to provide to us what do they have for available candidates, because if I'm attached to headhunter A, I can't be seen by headhunter B or C. So one of them, I believe, in this, some of this blends into when I was on leave, so I may need a little, reference to the packet. I think one of them just didn't have any candidates for us. Another one had said that they had candidates. We had our Andrew's office reviewing their proposal. They wanted a 10-day exclusivity. And we were discussing those terms. During that time, because we had already used Robert Half in October and November, we already had all of our paperwork filled out, so they were able to bring us candidates forward. They did bring to us a couple of candidates, I believe. Only one of them was, I hate using the term certifiable, but could get RIDE certification. He went through an interview process, and he was selected to move forward this evening.
So I remember the conversation with Elle, but Elle was hired as a temp, and then the approval that the school committee granted was to convert her to a permanent employee, and the school committee approval was to pay that one-time finder's fee. So, of course, the administration doesn't need a school committee approval to hire a temp, but in my mind there's a difference between utilizing a recruiting firm to hire a temp and utilizing a recruiting firm where we know we're going to be paying a finder's fee.
And where this all blended together is we actually started down that same temp route.
With Gail, right?
No, with
Ms. Lima, please let Mike finish.
With this person this evening. that we're putting forward this evening. We were looking for a temp. However, at the director level position, Robert Half, and I believe one of the others said, these people are right now in higher level positions. They're not going to leave a position to become, they're not going to risk it for temporary employment. So that was when Robert Half referred us to another division within Robert Half.
So I think maybe at that point, it probably should have come before us for approval when we knew that we were no longer looking for a temp. We were looking for a permanent employee through an agency, and there was absolutely going to be a finder's fee in this range.
I understand your point.
I would like to ask, Andrew, can you give us any clarifications on if we, so clearly, and again, I say this with great kindness and respect for everyone that works in the North Kingstown School Department. I really mean that very sincerely. I don't, and I've expressed this before, I don't think that the process was quite followed how the policy DJF outlines it. And I really do believe very strongly in purchasing policies because I believe in competition to really make sure that we are getting the best folks for people, the best product for the district, and also the best cost, right, and making sure that we're being really, really fiscally sound. And so I know that we definitely, I have concerns about the order of operations, and I know that this is a complicated one. My question right now is, as far as approving this search firm, like the item G, which is the one that we're on, like if we do that, are we violating any policies for competitive bidding? I know that it's been put forth sole source, but as I've expressed before, like no matter how I look at it, like it to me is not sole source, and I feel as though those search firms that might be out there, if we had put it out, they would have had that opportunity to bid, and they would have maybe come in at a different price for a different percent, which might have been a fiscal cost, and then also, we never will know what candidates they might have been able to bring to us. And so I guess my question to Andrew is, like, with the policy and kind of the state purchasing laws, like, are we even able to approve this at this point without violating those?
Yes, so I think I've had conversations with a number of you. I think the best practice would have been to go out to RFP in this particular situation. However, having reviewed the policy at hand, I mean, it does state that if the purchasing agent determines that there is only one firm or company that's capable of providing a particular service or commodity, and that service or commodity cannot be secured from any other persons or company, then they can make a sole source determination that is certified by the purchasing agent and then the superintendent, and then comes to the school committee. It sounds like from Mr. Waterman and the conversations that I had with Dr. Pilata, they feel strongly that this was the sole source that they could get this particular, that they could fill this particular position from. That the law requires them to go through that process. They've gone through the process. They've provided the paperwork. But moving forward, I would suggest more in line with an RFP type of process.
Further discussion or questions?
If I may.
Hold on one second, Mike, just Jenny.
I would just say that when you're looking at recruiting firms, that going out for an RFP with one firm, they might not have that commodity. So I don't believe that an RFP would have solved the problem. I do believe that in the future they should come to us with, we want to use recruiting firms, and we're going to not exceed a 25%, 28%, 22%, commission on that position. That being said, I believe that this firm does have a person that could come into our district and really help us out of a bind right now and have a permanent position here as the Director of Finance. So I do believe that it's now a sole source.
Thank you. Just a clarifying question. Did Robert Hath Talent Solution Services do work for us like without a contract, like just in good faith?
They were operating off of the what we had signed in October. So they will put not names, but they will put resumes in front of you of we have a candidate X, Y, and Z, and you engage with them. Say yes, we agreed to the terms we agreed to in October or November. Those are still valid, and that's when they gave us a name and arranged the interview.
So when we agreed to something in October, it wasn't specific just for the one situation, it was a ongoing type of thing?
Good question. I don't know if it was perpetual, but I think that they felt comfortable enough with the relationship. Again, nothing was trying to be done, behind anyone's back. It was we had engaged with them with the temp. It had then got transitioned to a different team. That team took the handoff from the temp team. So with regards to that, I don't think we have an agreement that lasts forever, but based off of the recency of the last one, I think that we were both operating in good faith. What I can tell you is I'm receiving your message loud and clear. Again, this was not done with any negative intent. This was done, we had an opportunity to bring somebody forward. We wanted to move that forward. As I've stated to Dr. Earl when we had a conversation regarding the agenda, this is one of those items where I very much agree with the purchasing rules and laws. It's one of those things where there's black, white, and gray. Had we done an RFP, Company C could have been the low bidder. We then take their agreement, goes to legal. They have time to get a candidate. If we don't like those candidates, then do we go to Company B? Rinse and repeat. We are coming up against mandated dates at which we need to have our budget posted to RIDE. I believe that's mid-May. We have to have the 13,000 line. You heard us during the budget season talk about you're getting the smaller version. We have to have that 13,000 line version to RIDE by mid-May. But also at the same point, we need all the other functions of running the school, making sure everyone gets paid on time, bills are getting paid. Our backs are up against the wall. So our intent was not to violate any policy here.
Oh, thank you, Mike, for that. Further discussion, Tom?
Mr. Hennius, I want to make sure that I understand this. Are you saying that we can legally justify moving forward under the sole source exception here with hiring this finance director?
What I'm saying is that we've complied with the statutory requirements and that the purchasing agent has let the committee know, as has the superintendent, that they feel like this is the sole source that they can get this particular service from, and that's what's required by the statute.
So you feel that our position is legally justifiable. Is that correct? I mean, are you comfortable?
I'm never particularly comfortable giving legal advice in public, Tom, but
okay.
we've complied. I believe that we've complied with the policy, or the superintendent and purchasing agent believe that this is the sole source.
Yeah,
I just want to, at the risk of stating the obvious, I mean, this department has been without a finance director for the entire time that I have been on this school committee, which I recognize is not very long, but 5 months is 5 months. And I think we need to move forward as quickly as we can.
Okay, any further discussion on this item? Yeah, go ahead, Rob.
I just confirm with Mr. Waterman, going to Robert Half, that wasn't like the first step. This job has been posted multiple times over the last months. Can you just kind of give some background on how many times that this has gone out?
And I believe the specifics might be
the
in there. Was it
packet?
30 days?
It's okay. We can pull it up to clarify, just if you want to.
But yes, it has been posted multiple times. It was posted in the Providence Journal, which then leads to a national posting database. It was posted from 12/15/22 to 1/13/23, 1/31/23 to March 3rd, 23. 5 colleges were called to let them know about the positions. Retired director of school business administration to know if they knew of anybody on a permanent or even temporary basis. Advertisements were placed in the Providence Journal, and then Local IQ is the one who pairs with ZipRecruiter and then JobCase as well. I also know for a fact that somebody in the administration was even making calls to people they knew in other districts to try and steal somebody from another district. I'll keep everybody anonymous there, but I know a lot of effort went into trying to find somebody during our posting periods. And the reason for the couple-week gap is so that when you immediately repost the job, it might show up still further down the list. When you give it a little break and then post it, it shows up as a new posting.
Okay, thank you for that. Any further discussion? Okay, so, and just one part for me for discussion, just to make sure that we maybe prevent the confusion in the future. Andrew, would you mind looking into kind of purchasing and utilization of like staffing firms for the future, just so we can make sure that we're really clear on the procedure? Because I also very much understand and hear what Mr. Waterman's talking about with like the exclusive, things with different candidates and, all of those sort of things. It kind of makes it trickier than a typical one. And I also very much appreciated Jenny's suggestion about kind of how it could be presented to the school committee in the future. And I would, I think that now that we all have clarity on that, we can definitely make sure that we have a smoother path forward. Any further discussion?
Yeah, I like Jenny's suggestion of, operating between this and this parameter. I just want to be clear, I'm going to be a no vote on this. I think the way that this was handled was wrong. I don't have an issue with paying finder's fees, but I do have an issue with the way that this was handled. But I just want to state for the record, I don't have an issue with paying a fee, but just with this one.
And just to clarify, in case the candidates watching, the no vote is not a reflection of the candidate, correct?
That's the next item
That's the
on the
next
agenda.
vote.
So that's just this one. Thank you, Mike. Yep, and I, just for the committee to know, I also am going to respectfully vote no. I really appreciate all the things, but I am very concerned about the process. But I appreciate the explanation, and I very much hear you. And I also very much appreciate all the hard work that you all put into the budget, et cetera. Any further discussion?
Well, we don't have a motion.
Oh, well, we need, so I would need a motion if anybody wanted to make one. Thank
I'll
you.
make a motion to put forward the Robert Half Solution Services to pay the finder's fee for the Director of Finance contract.
Okay, thank you. So motion for Ms. Hoskins. Do we have a second?
I'll second it.
Okay, second for Mr. Bridey. Any further discussion? Okay, hearing none, I'll call the vote. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Okay, any opposed? Any abstentions? Motion carries. Thank you. Okay, and then moving on to the next item. What's the time rule?
8:55.
No, what time is the timer rule? Is it 9 or is it 10?
10.
Oh, great. Okay, never mind. I'm an hour early on my extension concern. Okay, moving on to item H. So that is the Director of Finance contract. Do we have a motion?
I'll make a motion to approve the Director of Finance contract.
Okay, so we have a motion from Ms. Hoskins. Do we have a second?
Second.
Okay, I have a second for Mr. Case, and I will open it up for discussion.
I'm just going to say I think we really need this position, so the fact that we are able to fill it right now.
Can't hear a thing you're saying. I'm sorry.
We
Sorry,
really
maybe-
need this position, and the timing of being able to fill it right now I think is really important.
Okay, further discussion?
I definitely agree that we need this position. And I know that the only thing that we have approval on is the contract, but I have concerns over hiring a director of finance with no experience in education, with no experience with some of the things that the job description calls for. And I have to vote no on this.
Okay.
Mike, can you speak to that?
Yeah, so I had a clarifying question on the contract as well. And so the contract, what do you need, Mike? Happy to help. Oh, perfect. No, take your time, find it. It's pretty towards the back-ish. Page 141 electronically, but... No worries. Here. Yeah, so you probably won't need this for this piece. So my one clarifying question on the candidate is, in the contract it says professional certifications, and it says the director shall obtain, maintain, and furnish to the superintendent and/or committee evidence of throughout the life of this contract a valid and appropriate certificate to act as the director of finance in accordance to the law of the state of Rhode Island, if applicable. And so I just wanted some clarification on this candidate and their certifications to make them eligible to be the director of finance in North Kingstown.
So again, I know a search process took place. I know an interview took place. I personally was not on the interview, so I just want to note that. I do know he has educational experience at the Exeter Job Corps Academy, as noted in his application. And the interview team felt confident that he was a candidate who could fulfill this job in very good form.
Okay, thank you. Can anybody confirm for me, and I'm sorry, I'm looking for it in the packet if I have it, my apologies. What is the certification for Director of Finance, and does this candidate have that matching certification? I see Elle coming up, we're phoning a friend. Thank you, Elle. And she can go, if you don't, you can go right there, that's perfect. And Elle, before you speak, I do want to thank you so much for all your hard work. We know that you've been really just stepping up and covering, and that has not gone unnoticed. I know we've said it before, but I think of it daily, so I wanted to thank you again today.
Thank you. Elle Phoenix, Controller, North Kingstown. So we contacted Mary Keenan with the gentleman's credentials and asked if what he had would be qualifying to obtain a school business administration certificate, and she confirmed that his time at Exeter Job Corps absolutely would allow for qualification as school business administrator and to obtain the certificate with RIDE. She also added that once the offer was made to the candidate and he submitted his documentation, we could then request a 3-day emergency certification, in which time he would be able to be certified by the time he started.
Okay, thank you so much for that clarification.
And just to clarify, Mary Keenan, in case you don't know it, she works in the Office of Educator Excellence and Certification Services of the Rhode Island Department of Ed.
Oh, great. Thanks so much. Okay, any other discussion on this item?
The only thing I would add is that in the contract, again, it's tied to the NEAK contract, so if we do approve it, that we change that as well to...
Oh, it has, so are you saying it has the new language
Right,
that was in the ones?
right,
Yep, so that the
exactly.
changes that Ms. Lima would make. Yep.
It should also say that the salary should be prorated. It doesn't say that.
Okay, so Andrew, do you have those clarifications?
I do.
A clarifying question that I had regarding the salary is, I know that, am I correct in this, is that the previous person that had the Director of Finance position, that was the first person to hold this in recent history, because I know that at one point it kind of merged into that COO position, and then obviously when Mary left, it kind of went back, and then the role of CEO was there. So just wanted to confirm that there was some consistency with the salary that's presented in front of us and the one that Gail had been making previously. Is anyone able to confirm that?
So this salary is a little bit more than the previous. However, it is in line with, in some cases, less than what some other districts are offering.
Okay, thank you for that. Other discussion? Okay. Here, we have a motion to approve, correct? Yes, Jenny did it. Okay, so hearing none, I will call the vote. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Okay, opposed? Abstentions? Motion carries. Thank you. Okay, so moving on to the, actually, I am going to make a motion to table item I until after executive session, if as needed. Andrew, clarification, I need a second and a vote on that, right? To move
Yes,
it?
I believe you guys.
Okay, so I move that we move item I to after executive session. Second. Okay, I have a second from Ms. Hoskins. Any discussion? And just the purpose of this is if we, depending on how our conversations go in executive, if we want to come back and have any further discussion in open. It gives us an option. If we don't need it, we most certainly can remove it. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Okay, no one opposed, no abstentions, so that carries. Okay, moving on. Okay, so we are at, if I'm following along correctly, where we're at with correspondence, correct? Yep. Jen, did you get your Wi-Fi?
I did.
Oh, look at that. Okay, so I'll turn it over to Ms. Lima to share correspondence.
Okay, so We missed this at the last meeting, my apologies, so this is going back a little bit. On 3/28, we had school committee hours conducted by myself and Rob Case at North Kingstown Town Hall. We met with 2 constituents. On 4/5, we received an email from Robert Vandeslice, great 4/4 meeting. 4/5 from Megan Riley regarding increase. 4/5, Mary Warback regarding our new middle school. 4/5, Emily Burton, letter from Davisville Middle School counselors. 4/11 from Megan Riley, following up. 4/19, Kate Jessup from the New England region of the Association for Learning Environments regarding the Rhode Island Furniture, Fixtures, and Equipment Showcase in Providence on May 10th. 4/20, Ed Renahan regarding ride housing reimbursement for current Barry engineering expenses. 4/21, Angela Boisclair saying thank you. 4/24, we had another school committee office hours conducted by myself and Rob Case via Zoom. We met with 2 constituents. 4/25, Charles Pizanko regarding two-factor authentication, which we learned tonight works very well. 4/27, Meg Kerr regarding Building Green, Saving Money Forum. 4/27, Dr. Lauren Brothers regarding Dr. Duva. 4/27, Kelly Frazier regarding Google form for superintendent search. 4/27, Captain Ken Dresser regarding the NKSD superintendent search update. We also received emails regarding on that same subject from Mary Lopresti and Renee Reese. 5/1 from Angela Murray regarding the NK School Committee quarterly recap. 5/1, Matthew McCoy regarding the Youth Risk Behavior Survey data and trends report. And 5/1, Kathleen Layton regarding the NK School Committee quarterly recap.
Okay, thank you so much. And again, as a reminder, we do have the centralized school committee email address, so if folks want to send us that correspondence, it will go to all of us. And we do know that, sometimes that is more convenient for people to be able to watch from home, send emails, et cetera. And so we do want to provide multiple communication opportunities. And we do have another office hours coming up, and we're actually going to host it at the Wickford Middle School and have a tour after so the community can see the building as well. And we'll go into reports. I don't believe we have any special reports this evening or financial reports. Am I correct on that? Okay, great. And so we'll go to subcommittee reports. Jenny, I know it was a bit ago, but anything to report from the CLAC subcommittee meeting?
Yeah, CLAC had sent in, I wasn't able to go to the meeting because we had a school committee meeting. So they sent in an update, and I wasn't at the 18th meeting. So I'm going to start with their last point, which is their next meeting is next week on Tuesday, the 9th at 7 p.m. at the NK Library. The CLAC met on the 21st at the library with 13 members, including administrators, teachers, and parents in attendance. They're hopeful that the long-anticipated director would be announced at the school committee meeting. Obviously, that didn't happen. Bretta Combs was the interim director at the time, and she reported that there's chronic absenteeism has been an issue for students who struggle with in-person learning post-pandemic. She provided preschool report on behalf of Jackie DiLorenzo that there has been an increase in the number of referrals for 3 to 4-year-olds with language being impacted, possibly due to not socializing with peers during the pandemic. July 17th to 27th is countdown to kindergarten at the individual schools. They reminded families to complete the Survey Works form, that members interested in learning more about the Rhode Island Parent Information Network leadership opportunities were welcome to register for the annual Special Education Advisory, which was in Warwick on March 30th. They wanted to appoint North Kingstown CLAC parent guardian representatives from each school to serve as liaisons on issues related to special education. Then they would work on identifying best practices that benefit all students. They're looking for volunteers who can reach out to the co-leader, Mary Lopresti, at yahoo.com. Once they have their updated list, they'll work on next steps in the May meeting next week. The guest speaker for the last meeting was Kelly Shawboyce. She's the executive director of Tech Access of Rhode Island, and she presented on assistive technology, the process of requesting an assistive technology evaluation, and the lending library that they have with the policies, materials available, including book kits and equipment.
Great, thank you so much for that update and for the work that CLAC is doing. Next on the agenda is the policy subcommittee. Ms. Lima?
The policy subcommittee met on April 19th. We invited administration, faculty, staff, union representation, and students to this meeting to talk about the proposed new non-discrimination anti-harassment policy. There was good discussion about the intent of the policy, the need to make sure that all members of our school community are trained about what harassment is and where to go to report it, and how to provide support and resources to students and faculty as needed. We briefly discussed the professional conduct with students policy and whether it creates an obstacle to enforcing district dress code policies. We'll be revisiting both these policies, as well as the use of school buildings and fields, and the new AG's advisory opinion on APRA at our next meeting on May 9th at 4:30 at the Central Admin Building. As a reminder, all meetings are open to the public, citizen comments are welcome, and video recordings are available in 48 hours of the meeting.
Great, thank you so much. Moving on to the building subcommittee, Tom or Rob, any reports?
I think you got them tonight.
Thank you, Aaron. As I referenced earlier in our discussions regarding the middle school, we had a meeting last week where we reviewed OPM bids, and we've already adopted our recommendation on that. It seems like the process is moving forward, and I really don't have anything more to report at this point. I know we'll be having another meeting in the near future.
Great, thank you so much. And then moving on to the DEI subcommittee report, Jen?
The DEI subcommittee met on April 26th. We discussed the safe zone training offered to NKSD staff in April, which had been a recommendation of the committee from 2022. The majority of the meeting was spent creating a matrix to group the recommendations from the equity audit into buckets, which will categorize them by resource required and impact. It's expected that this will take up the bulk of our next meeting as well, but if there's time, we'll be putting together some suggestions on inclusive language for our district forms and documents for possible recommendation to the school committee. Our next meeting is going to be in May, but the date is TBD.
Great, thank you. And so with that, I have a quick clarifying question before I make a motion to go into executive session. Andrew, in our policy, it says that all meetings of the school committee shall be adjourned by no later than 10 p.m. if said meetings are to be succeeded by an executive session, or 10:30 if no executive session meeting. Can you just clarify? It's on the very last page. I don't, but I don't want to come back out and then have to go back in. So if we need to make a motion, I'd rather make it and then try to do better than that. Then I just want to make sure we don't get stuck having to come back out here, making a motion, and then go back in.
Yeah, given that, I think you're probably best off making a motion that it's possible the committee may go beyond 10:30 and therefore ask for an extension if needed.
Yep, and I would like to very much state that that's not my intent, but I just want to make sure we don't have to come back out. So can I first ask if someone can make a motion for that, and then I'll make a motion to go into executive.
So moved.
I'll make a motion to go into executive session, and it may go past 10:30.
Yep, is that fine to do it like that, Andrew? Or will I have to do the whole executive session thing? Okay. So let's do them separate. So just, if you can just make a motion making a motion to, I'll just say it actually. So I'll move that we extend to be able to, if we need to, continue to meet past 10:30. Do I have a second?
Second.
Okay, second from Ms. Hoskins. Any discussion? Okay, all those in favor, please say aye. Any opposed? Okay. Thank you very much. And then I'll go back and make a motion to go into executive session. And so we will be going into executive session pursuant to RIGL 42454 for the discussion of item 2, sessions pertaining to potential litigation / legal advice and collective bargaining pursuant to RIGL 42465A2 and NEA NK negotiations. And then item number item number 1, any discussions, possible actions, or job performance, character, physical or mental health of a person or persons, provided that such person or persons affected shall be notified in advance, writing, and advised that they may have the discussion in open meeting pursuant to RIGL 42465A1, superintendent search, and I will disclose that the folks have been notified. Do I have a second? Second. Okay, second from Ms. Lima. All those in favor? Okay, thank you very much. We're in Okay, so we'll return from executive session. Next item on the agenda is item I, and we are going to pass on that item. And so we will go back to item A, which is executive session. So I will make a disclosure that we did take a vote in executive session that will be communicated at the appropriate time. And can I get a motion to seal the executive minutes of May 2nd? Okay, motion from Ms. Hoskins, second from Mr. Case. Any discussion? Okay, all those in favor, please say aye. Okay, it passes unanimously. And then I would ask for a motion to adjourn.
Second.
Okay, did you get that, Jen? Okay, any discussion? Okay, all those in favor? Okay, thank you so much.